Hello, 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 hello. Welcome to live stream number 2, y'all. This party just getting started. We're halfway through this thing. I feel like $1 million. I feel like I'm walking on sunshine, baby. If you are curious to know who the tunes you're listening to, these are my good friends, DOS Tapes. Michael, welcome to the party.
Whoop, whoop.
All right. If you are curious to find out more about this music, check out the link in the description below. Right? DOS Tapes at Bandcamp. I love these guys. You know when you get friends, Michael, that start bands?
Yes.
And they're like, this is the best. And you got to push it as it's the best thing in the world. But you're like, oh, this isn't very good. This is actually really good.
That's dope. Yeah, I've actually tried to start a few bands in my day, and I could never find a drummer I could never find a bass player who wasn't using heroin. So it's always such a super challenge.
What? Bass players and heroin are like, yeah.
Come by. Bass players are hard to come by.
Interesting. All right. Well, you know what's really fun about this hour, Michael? I'm going to call this the Olas Muchachos hour. You want to know why?
I absolutely want to know why.
Okay, because the two men we got are some muchachos, and they always close the show with adios muchachos. And two legendary guys, two guys that I first started. This is probably the first podcast I started listening to was Alejandro Rojas' podcast and Martin Willis's podcast. These two guys were the two podcasts that I listened to for probably 6 or 7 years before I started all of this madness. And Martin Willis was the first guy that ever said yes to coming on my show.
No kidding.
And I think that gave me the sort of the sliver, the little wiggle room to get in there with Alejandro. But let's ask him. Let's see if that's the case. So without further ado, Mr. Martin Willis.
Hey.
Mr. Alejandro Rojas, the legends.
Yo.
Gentlemen, welcome. It is an honor, a pleasure to have you guys here. Honestly, this does not, I said it in the pre-show, this event does not exist because the first person I ran it by was Alejandro Rojas. I said, Alejandro.
And I said, hell yeah.
That's
awesome. By the way, it's nice to meet you, Michael.
It's great to meet you, Alejandro, and Martin as well.
Very nice to meet you. Yeah.
I pitched the idea of the big phone home to Alejandro Rojas, and I swear that is true. He said, hell yes. And that was the green light for me to start asking everybody else the exact same question. And here we are, Martin.
And what an event.
Alejandro. Here we are, man. 6 weeks later, 7 weeks, I think 8 weeks was closer when I started talking to you. But the last 6 weeks specifically has been the organization and sort of the gathering of this event. And holy cow, man, it's taken off like a rocket ship.
How did you come up with the idea? Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Of course, you guys start talking over each other.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yes.
I was just going to say, I apologize. I wasn't able to help more. I mean, I started this new job. I've kind of been out of things, and so glad though that you kept on and that you've made this happen and done such a great job with it.
Hey man, again, you're the inspiration behind it. Michael, please do me a favor. I just don't want to seem like I'm in another space. I want to tweet out this stream on Twitter so people can know where to find it. And yeah, so if please, Michael, take over for a second.
Yeah, and then also make sure you put it in the actual description in the old stream as well, not just the comments. Put it in the description if you can.
Yeah, you got it.
All right, guys. So I'm super excited. So I want to hear from both of you, obviously, but I'm really curious. Like, I don't have any idea like how you guys actually know each other or like what inspired your interest in the UAP topic. So I'd love to hear maybe Alejandro, if you want to go first and just kind of tell us where that came from for you and like and what this means to you.
Yeah, I found out. I met Martin. Actually, this was a really cool event that nobody knew about. It was in North Carolina, and the MUFON director had come across some money in the area, and he wanted to put on a conference. And he actually got a hold of Leslie Kane, perfect person to get a hold of. Of course, she's the one who helped write that December 2017 article, and many very important UFO articles about credible happenings in the field, credible people. Of course, her book, best-selling book. So she got together a lot of people that were in her book. So really great people you would not meet, once in a lifetime chance. So for instance, General de Brouwer from Belgium, who actually was in charge of the investigation in the 90s of the triangular craft. Alexander Wendt, who some of you may be familiar with. He's a political scientist who wrote a great article on UFOs and politics and kind of a society and how we accept or need to, this topic. Just a lot of credible people, a lot of great researchers. So I showed up and, we with open minds actually were really supporting it and helping them with it. And there was this guy sitting at the table with a microphone and I'm like, who the heck is this guy? And that was Martin. So we started talking, hit it off, and we're visiting throughout the event as we were doing interviews with everybody, and that's where we first met.
Yeah, that's
amazing.
Right.
What was your perspective, Martin?
Yeah,
he's like, I saw this guy had a baseball cap on.
Oh no, I knew of him. As a matter of fact, I was having trouble trying to figure out how to say his name. Alejandro. No, wait. Yeah. And so I had looked into what he was doing. And so when I was actually, I got to say, I was like in awe when I saw Alejandro, like, oh, cool. There he is. There's the guy. And I wonder if he'll talk to me and all that. And I found right away how friendly he was. And then after us talking a number of times, I realized he had the same philosophy. We both realized that we have more or less the same philosophy on this topic. Right. And that is,
yeah, go ahead.
When something is bogus or whatever, we're not afraid to call things out. We've done it a number of times together.
That's amazing. And I think that's one of the most important things that we've got to do a better job of again, good faith arguments win the day, right? So if if you have a bias and you're just trying to fulfill your bias, whether you're coming from the positive or negative, that is a problem. And if we're going to get real about the subject and we're going to get real about asking for the right data and we're going to go to the government, we have to be very clear and concise about what it is we actually want. And that is the truth.
Right. I agree with you. That's where I think a lot of people in this field can perhaps we need to be more patient with one another and with our differing opinions. A lot of my closest friends in this field have totally different perspectives. I've been on the beach arguing with Richard Dolan about, a various number of things. And then, an hour later, we're at a luau having fun. So, I mean, it's okay to disagree. And I tell people this, Martin and I, our points of view do align quite a bit, but not on everything. And my points of view don't align with any of my friends in this field completely. And that's okay. We can still debate it. We can still, be respectful towards each other, even if we disagree.
I think it was really interesting. Lue mentioned this earlier. He asked everybody on the panel, Lue Elizondo asked everyone on the panel, what does disclosure mean to you? And I'd like to table that for the two of you.
Martin, do you want to go?
Alejandro first.
No, you first. First last time.
You guys are so cute.
Well, we're really good at awkward moments too. I hope.
I love doing that.
I live for the awkward moments on this
too.
show.
It's fun, and I'll do it on purpose. And it's easy to do it with Martin, and it's fun. They're cool. Awkward is cool.
Yes,
it is. Yeah, it's the new something. Well, disclosure.
That was awkward.
Disclosure.
Sorry.
Some people would say we've been having a soft disclosure already. And I think if there is such a thing, then I would have to agree. You mentioned earlier, Alejandro, just a second ago, about the December 16th article, 2017, Leslie Kane wrote, and along with Ralph Blumenthal and the other, I forget her name right now, together they write this article. And I think since that time, we've been sort of in a perpetual motion to getting somewhere. I don't know exactly where. And, the one thing about this field, there's been many times where people have felt that way. and they felt like we're going to know. I mean, I looked at a film all the way back in the 1950s where there was this old guy in a derby hat saying, and he was old at the time, saying, I think that we'll know in my lifetime, where these things are coming from. So, do I have hope? Maybe, but I don't know what it would take. It would have to be something for everyone in the world to agree that we are being visited by whoever it is, extraterrestrial, you name it. There's many theories, but if there's ever like solid enough evidence, will people actually buy into it? Will they agree? Will they finally say, well, I guess that there is intelligent life out there or elsewhere? I don't know if that will ever happen all the way worldwide. It might be a very hard pill for a lot of cultures to swallow.
Yeah, my answer would be, when I talked to Lue Elizondo early on, soon after the October event with To the Stars, and I asked him about disclosure, and he's like, this is disclosure. That's what I'm doing. And I don't know if he'd be as fervent backing that statement, knowing now how the community feels or people interested in this topic feel about disclosure. But I think he should, because, it really made me think. And since then, I've thought he's exactly correct. That was what is disclosure? Disclosure is the government admitting that there's a real phenomenon that they do take seriously and that they are aware of. That happened after decades of gaslighting. Disclosure happened. And when Martin says, I don't know where we're going, but we're going somewhere, he's exactly right. We finally are going somewhere, because a lot of what was happening prior to that was convincing the public and the government that, hey, this is a serious topic. Certainly for me, that was my primary interest, getting involved with this, having this as my journalistic beat. It was like, look, guys, my fellow journalists or, mainstream journalists, you're not paying attention to the credible information here. This is a real legit story. And now it is a real legit story. Now the government is tackling it. So now I feel we really are going somewhere. That's why something like the big phone home is so important, because we need now to let our lawmakers, to let the military know we are very, very interested in this topic. We want to see this go somewhere, and we want regular information on this. And we're not going to be happy if we don't get that sort of thing. That's what they have to know. And I'm really excited with mainstream getting involved, mainstream science, mainstream journalism. I, have a different perspective than a lot of people in that I feel now science can really start to tackle it. Now we're at this point where SETI was in the 90s. Now it's getting taken serious. Now we need to tell people what's important. And hopefully now we can also start to massage relationships between government and science in this field, so that, they also know we want this information to get to public analysis, get to scientists who can, do what they do, publicly investigate and research this, so we can begin to learn, just like they're doing with SETI, just like they do with other, scientific studies that are dealing with things that are mysterious.
It's a great answer. I agree. I agree. And that's why we're doing this, right? So if, I'm trying to manage expectations with the event and the things that, the things I keep going over, and I don't know if we're going to be able to get to the call list today, Michael, just because it's absolute insanity. Like the guests are just, it's going to be tough to sit there, and I would need 20 minutes, and I don't know if we're going to get to it, but check out our website, download the call list. And Michael, I'm sorry, because I never pulled it up. I asked you to pull up the email. If you have it handy, can you do it again? That way we can show the people in the live stream exactly where the script is and exactly how to download the list. So here it is right here. And some of the things we're asking for, you guys. By the way, Michael, since you got control of this screen, can you go ahead and explain what's happening here?
Absolutely. So if you look at, if you go to thebigphonehome.com and you click on the Get My List button, you'll get an email that will come to you, and it'll look just like this. And so we've done two things here. Number one, we've created links to download the actual list, and they're huge files.
Yeah,
because
let's address that real quick. I didn't mean to cut you off, but
no, go ahead.
Because I don't want people to think, oh, I got to put in my email, I got to download something. No way, we need a virus. I can't. First of all, I don't have the web developing capability to create a list like this that can be accessed without downloading it. It is massive. Understand what is in this list. We have every single state, every single district in that state, every single congressman that is serving on one of 6 committees in each state with their phone numbers, addresses, and Twitter handles all in one place. You don't have to go searching for the Twitter handle here, the address here, the phone number here. It's all in one place for you. Not to mention, we also have every single senator on one of those 6 committees in every single state that they serve in. So not only do we have the Senate Intelligence Committees, but we got the Armed Services Committees. We've got the subcommittees of those committees. The Aviation Safety and Protocol Committee. There are so many. And the beautiful thing is a lot of senators serve on multiple committees. So if you hit one in one committee, chances are you don't have to hit them in the other committee. But I'd say do it, because why not? The more they're reminded of it, the better. So that's why I want to set some minds at ease, because that was something that some people, not people, like one person mentioned it to me, but I wanted to address it because I don't want anybody to have this fear. And also, full disclosure, we want your email so that way we can tell you next year when this is going to happen again, and we can give you guys updates and new things and new information that has happened because of the whatever the blowback of this event is going to be. It's going to be something. I don't know what the level of the blowback, like how much we're going to move the needle, but it's going to be moved one way or the other. That is 100% for sure. So I'm sorry, Michael. Didn't mean to cut you off. I felt like that was super, super important.
It is. And just so everybody knows how much work went into that for Luis, I mean, thank you, bro. I mean, we really appreciate not only all the work that you've done to put this together, but the additional work of organizing all of that has been incredible. So
I can tell you, it took me a week and a half to put this list together. And I will also say they're mistakes. Like I did it by myself. So there are sometimes with mistakes. And this is why I tell you, also, if you're going to have, I haven't said this actually, if you're going to have the Big Phone Home tab open and you're going to download the list, also have the UAP Act Now website in another tab. So if I've lost information or I forgot to put a number in a certain senator's district or whatever, you can go to the UAP Act Now and you can find them real quick. They've got the directory for all of Congress and Senate. So that happened to me in a live stream where I was like, oh my God, I didn't put this in there. Let me go to the UAP Act Now website. And I was able to access it so quickly. So, use all of the tools in the tool bag that are available at your disposal. And so, yeah, sorry, Michael, again, I just want to, we're talking about the list, might as well, really hit it home.
Absolutely. And so just below the list, you're going to see you can literally copy and paste this email right here. Feel free to make it your own, but generally this is a good layout to use. And then this is the, it's just 2 different variations of the same.
We have two scripts there for you guys. Yeah.
Yep. That's it.
So the first one is actually UAP Act Now's script, which was written. I can say this because James Fox said this was written by Lue Elizondo and a Christopher Mellon. I don't know if it was written word for word, but they definitely had an influence in it. The second script, which is a script that belongs to us, I can't tell you who wrote this, but again, it's their specified requests. And when Michael says you can add things to this, absolutely. But what we implore you to do is do not add your personal stories or beliefs to these requests. That is the most important thing. I know you want to talk about it, but again, we're trying to interact with elected representatives. And if you start telling them about your personal story, you might get hung up on it. And I don't want that to happen to you because I don't want you to get discouraged. Yeah. I want you to keep this as close to the script as you can. And of course, I've been doing it. I've been adding things. I go over what people say, and those are the things that I add on when I call. So I wanted to touch base on that. I wanted to let everybody know because we forgot to address it in the last stream. So I'm sorry to take away time from Alejandro and Martin, but I think they'll also agree that this is super important to talk about. These things really need to be crystallized for everybody and pointed out, because this event is a hand-holding event. We are here to hold your hand to show you how to activate yourself when it comes to local and state representatives. So don't take it the wrong way. This is from what I've been told in the last 6 weeks, organizing this thing, is that we have to approach these guys as professionally and with as much courtesy as we possibly can. And I know a lot of people in the audience may say, well, who the hell are they to demand courtesy from us? They haven't told us the truth. I'll give you that. But then again, we've never tried this before. This is the first time where we all get together and try in one voice make some real substantive change. So with all of that said, you could take the list off, Michael.
Hey, let me just say one more thing to correct myself. The bottom list here is the phone script.
Okay.
So you can use that when calling. The first one is the email script. And also, when you're doing this, notice here at the bottom it says Congress is facing a credibility crisis and public trust needs a boost. It's a unifying bipartisan issue, and it's critical that blah blah blah. So it's so important to say all of these things in here. Because it really does respectfully apply that pressure, and it's a good way to ensure that your voice is actually heard. And remember, nobody's in the office today. Feel free to call and leave these as messages, and then next week feel free to call live as well. This is not a one-day event.
Nope. This is a year-round thing. And also, just to answer the question, in case people are asking, they're just joining the chat. By the way, subscribe, like, share, tell everybody what we're doing right now. Let's get as many people as we had here in the first stream, because there's gonna be killer guests coming. I'm telling you, you're not gonna want to miss this. Somehow we lost. Looks like we lost about a couple hundred listeners due to the switch. But make sure we get those folks back, because we've got a killer afternoon. I mean, insane afternoon. By the way, we have Dave Foley coming at some point, and also Brandon Fugal. I can't tell you the times because I have no idea when the time they're going to be here, but just know you want to stick around. So with all of that out of the way, gentlemen, how do you feel about how this event is shaping up? I mean, are we giving the right message? Is this a worthy cause? Are you looking at this and saying, it's not going to work? Or I think this is a good step in the right direction. Martin, we'll start with you.
I think it's a wonderful idea, and I'd like to throw it back at you real quickly. And what gave you the idea to actually do this? I know you ran it by Alejandro, but how did you come up with this?
It was your show, because you guys sometimes would end your show with, sometimes, not a lot, but sometimes the show would end with, if you want to make a change, call your representatives. That's all, that's all you got to do. And it sounds simple, but the issue with that is it's easy to say, it's even harder to show people how to do. And I think that's what was missing from that request is nobody wants to feel like they're by themselves, facing a tidal wave of just, this topic. To be in a small dinghy to go up this wave is intimidating, but if we're all in a ship together, we'll hit any wave we want. So that's the galvanizing. That's sort of the idea of what inspired me. It hit me like a ton of bricks because I grew up in the 80s, like with Live Aid and telethons, where if people wanted to solve hunger in Africa, we got Queen and David Bowie and all these killer bands together to make people aware. And that's essentially what this is. Instead of killer bands, I've got killer guests. All of them having to do with the topic of UAPs, and they're it's working. It's working. Like the formula is working, and we're reaching people and we're exciting people. And I haven't even looked at my Twitter account. If you guys are activating yourselves, if you're calling, if you're writing, if you're tweeting, if you're emailing, take a picture, take a screenshot, tag me, share the love, encourage other people to do the same thing. And let's move the needle on this. Let's really start, again, and Jimmy Church, and I agree, Jimmy, let's manage expectations. We're not going to get the ship. We're not going to get the alien body on June 25th or before June 25th, but we can ask for a preliminary report. We can ask for an extension of that report. We can ask for more transparency, more open discussion, and less taboo and less stigma when it comes to this topic. So those are the things we want to stick to. What do you got, Alejandro?
I just, at least for me, there is no ship. There is no alien.
Right.
Like what we talked about, going somewhere is, I think, this is just a start. Up until now, most of what's been going on, except for behind doors, which we have seen here and there, has been, civilian led by people with limited resources and limited funds. Even with MUFON, the biggest organization in the country that looks into UFOs, still, and I can say this as being part of one of the functional directors for a long period of time, we had limited resources. It's just a bunch of people on their off time trying to do what they can with their own funds, and which are very limited. So now some real kind of research and insight into what research has gone on can happen. I think one of the most important articles that was been written lately is the one by Brian Bender on Politico, and it was called "Military and Spy Agencies Accused of Stiff-Arming Investigators on UFO Sightings." And you talked earlier, and people may be getting upset with lawmakers or whatever. These lawmakers, they've got really important issues to deal with on a daily basis that they're paying attention to. People are literally dying from COVID or other things that are happening in their states that they're paying close attention to. Mm-hmm. They don't know it's difficult to gauge what is the interest of people on these topics. Mm-hmm. So we have to let them know. Chris Mellon was interviewed in this article. He's was part of To the Stars. He used to work for the Senate Intelligence Committee. And now he's, of course, very into this topic and is out there pushing his former colleagues to take this seriously and to take this request from the Senate Intelligence Committee seriously, to actually report and share their reports on what they've investigated on this topic. In this Political article, he's saying they're being met with a lot of pushback. Mm-hmm. That the UAP task force has limited resources still, that not everybody is cooperating with them. Where can the enforcement come from to make these things happen? From the lawmakers. Are the lawmakers going to be inspired to do that if they don't think that their constituents really care about this topic? No. They're going to be happy with, look, I've got a plate full of things I need to worry about. If I don't got to worry about UFOs and nobody's going to really raise a stink about it, I'm going to let the military do what they do with it.
Right.
And of course, we've heard from the military, they want to continue to investigate in a classified manner without sharing, that the results will be classified without sharing, no intention of sharing anything with the public. That's not really what we're looking for. And now we hear behind the scenes, they're not even really most are not taking it seriously. So we need to have that input because they just don't know that we need that sort of thing. Managing expectations. If you're looking for aliens or UFOs, that's not really what this is about.
Not at all.
I think that for those people, prove it. I've spent the last decade or so trying to prove it. And I just don't think that we have that evidence there. We can always look for that. But, the great thing is if we have some sort of apparatus, if we have, something like a SETI, at least then when we do have some sort of information, we have platforms to share that credible information, which we don't right now. And what I mean by that is, let's say someone does come across, some debris out in the field in Roswell. People are out there digging and looking for it. And you need a place to get it analyzed. And then once it is analyzed, especially if it does come out to be mysterious, then you need a platform to be someone to share that with, who's going to be looking at this in a public and open manner. And we don't really have that right now. We don't have the funds. If you were to have a piece of metal that was mysterious, and there's multiple people who do, it's really difficult to get that sort of analysis done in a professional manner that demonstrates, the credibility of the analysis to the scientific community, nor do we have people who have the funds to do that sort of thing. And, some people are in the chat saying, well, this person says there's this and this person. Well, there's a lot of people saying that there's this and there's that. There's always been a lot of people saying that there's this and there's that. What we're doing now and what we've done with this disclosure is we've moved past a point of just rumors and hearsay. We've moved to a point where there's such an abundance of evidence, there's such an abundance of credible situations that now finally the military is being compelled to publicly do something about it. And our lawmakers, the Senate Intelligence Committee, has been compelled by the evidence they have seen to make this request and to set up, this legitimate collection and investigation of the topic.
Well, I didn't really get a chance to really answer. I asked you a question right off the bat. So
you lost your chance by asking a question.
I know I did. Let's have that.
No, go ahead. Pause. Go ahead, please do.
Yeah. So first of all, I think it's wonderful that you're doing this and getting people involved. And if you don't think it makes a difference, just think of it in this way. A lot of people say, well, I'm not going to vote because, I'm just one person and, nobody cares and I'm not going to make a difference. Well, we've seen that voting makes a big difference. And the same thing as was just said, when people are going to realize that, their constituency out there thinks there was really something to us, let's pay attention to this. So if we all get together and we're all active and we're all doing either the phone calls, the emails, whatever it is, they are going to pay attention. It does make a difference. And so I encourage everybody to move ahead and do this. It only takes a little bit of time and nothing to be worried about. And also in your script, I found it interesting that you said, don't put in your own opinion. And I agree with you 100%. It's kind of like Leslie Kane says, you have to approach people like this very, very carefully. And you do. And the reason we all do is because of the woo-woo factor, unfortunately, that's been around forever. So we just have to keep that in mind and we have to be very careful. And, everyone can make a difference. Don't think that you can't. We really can.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add to that, and there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong if you have a belief, or you've seen something and you believe, or you've done your homework and you have some suspicions here. Just because we're asking you to approach the government in a way that is respectful and trying to leave out the additional information that doesn't necessarily get us to the end goal, doesn't mean that your experience is invalid. It doesn't mean your belief system is invalid. It just means we're trying to present a unified approach to tackle this from a political spectrum. Now, a lot of people will say, you're never going to get disclosure from the government. Why try? I think there's value in trying because at least it gives us, whether they give us a lot or a little, it at least moves the conversation forward. So we're bringing this topic out of the fringe. And unless you're somebody who just enjoys the heck out of having fun in the fringe, we'd like to actually see this get some more coverage, in a widespread way, so that people can actually have these conversations and talk about these topics without feeling, without fearing the shaming and all of the other, emotional stuff that comes along with it.
I love that idea of, I was going to say, moving things out of the fringe. Exactly. I love that phrase. But what I want to say real quick, just so you guys know, we've hit your half hour. So if you guys want to stick around for a little bit, please do. I just want to make sure that we bring in our next round of guests as you're speaking, Alejandro. I'm going to go ahead and do that. So please share your point with us.
Okay. Yeah. Just real quick as you bring people on. I've been working with the Scientific Coalition for UAP Research. And what's exciting about that is bringing on a lot of these mainstream scientists who are now feeling more comfortable getting involved. And their contributions are pretty, to me, mind-blowing. Some people think, well, what can they do? They can do a lot, If you look at some of these studies and things that they're looking into, they're extraordinary. Things like Dr. Kevin Knuth, who's an astrophysicist who now feels more comfortable getting into this. He's had a couple really interesting talks, such as, one perspective is, okay, if you have these people who are able to move across the universe, let's say, at these various different
Oh my gosh!
Use to do that, to explore, given the technology. What he found is kind of these time dilations where, when you're moving at these great speeds, the time is going to be different for everybody involved going at these different speeds and when you'd have to meet. But one interesting aspect of what he said was, they could travel, let's say, to the Earth. and then travel away and come back. And to them, it's only been maybe a couple days. But to us, 1,000 years have passed. I mean, that would explain why perhaps we're seeing certain things and they have no interest in communicating with us. Why communicate if you're going to come back tomorrow and it's going to be 1,000 years later? Those people are all going to be gone. And this is, the science around all of this. So a perspective like that gives us so many possibilities and answers, things that I had never thought of before. And how did he come to this conclusion? By applying science to the topic. So it's really exciting. And then as we move in and be able to grab data and really kind of mold with data closer to what's going on, I think that the real revelations will be coming in the future as people like this start to look into it. And I think that's extremely exciting.
I agree. That's why I love talking to you, Alejandro, because I think you bring a really level-headed conversation to this, and I think that perspective is really starting to gain some momentum. And just real quick, I want to say hello to everyone who's joining us. We've got Andy from That UFO Podcast, probably the hottest podcast in the world right now. The dude, don't shake your head like that. It's true. You got a killer show going on, and I'm happy you're here. Chris Wolford is a UFO researcher, father, husband, metal and jazz head, and he's also just a really awesome voice in the Twitterverse. So I thought it was important to invite him in today. And then, of course, we've got, I think, my favorite person on the planet. I've said this about 1 billion times. The lovable, my favorite dude, Mr. Jazz Shaw. Mr. Shaw, what are we doing today? Martinis?
Yeah, we're doing martinis, of course. It's the weekend.
It's the weekend.
So I want to thank you for inviting me, first of all. And I've been following the whole thing all day. I have been promoting this ever since it got launched. And I've been watching the response from the crowds. I'm really excited. I think you're doing really important work, because everybody that's on UFO Twitter, we talk inside of a closed community. You're reaching out to people that are bringing more people in that normally might only know about this tangentially. And today is a day where everybody can go and contact their elected officials. Doesn't matter what your political persuasion is. Doesn't matter if you believe in aliens or if you believe, we're seeing weird drones that are Russians or things like that. Bring the conversation forward. And you, my friend, are doing an amazing job.
Hey, man, I appreciate it. And I think one of the reasons why this turned out so good is because of the man who just one of the many reasons why this turned out so good is because the man that just joined us here in the chat. He had a lot of guidance for me. I think it's fair to say, Sean, I was sort of like a wild horse and you pulled the reins. Whoa there, big guy. Let's settle down. All right. Let's stay on the road. Right. I got super excited because you guys started saying yes. And I think I'm so damn grateful to you, man, because you really sort of just added a lot of levity to what we're doing here today. And I think your voice specifically speaks throughout this entire event, because all of the verbiage, all of the thought into what we're asking for, all of the things that I put onto a poster or in a tweet, the first person I thought of was Sean Cahill. Is Sean going to approve of this? Is this going to fall in Sean, because we don't want to scare people off. We want to have a level-headed conversation. And Sean was really, really instrumental in making sure that I did that, because I got super excited. And I just want to hit, you know what I want to do. Okay. So before we get to you, Sean, and I know I introduced you, we got a couple of guys here that I want to get some thoughts on. Martin and Alejandro, how are you boys doing on time real quick?
Yeah, I'm going to drop real quick so you could get to everybody. These guys are awesome. Yeah. It's so good to see your faces.
Real quick, Alejandro, please tell everybody where they can find your stuff.
Yeah, I want to say first off to you, great job, man. That website you put together, all of the information you're sharing, perfect. Well done. So awesome that you put this together. And then I want to plug International UFO Congress. Of course, my honey bun puts this on, and it will be in person this year in September. So she'll have tickets up soon. Otherwise, you can check out my stuff at openminds.tv. And that's it. Thanks. Great to see everybody. Have a wonderful time. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Alejandro.
Adios, muchachos.
There it is. There it is.
Bye, man.
Mr. Willis.
Yes.
How would you like to end your time here with us, sir?
Well, again, I think what he said was perfect. Thank you for all your effort in this. You kind of came out of nowhere, and look what you've done in such a short time. It's really wonderful. And very nice seeing all you guys. And anyone can catch my show. Podcastufo.com is the website. And every Tuesday night, it's live on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, all that stuff. And a podcast anyone can listen to all for free. Thanks so much.
Yeah, no problem. And just FYI, just one interview that Martin did that I just really got a kick out of was his interview with Avi Loeb. Go check it out. It's one of his best. So thank you, Martin. We'll see you soon,
Thanks
sir.
a lot. All right. Take care, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Look at this. Look at this beautiful crew right here. I love it. Okay. So Sean, Chris, I'm going to get to you in a second. I'm sorry. But we had Sean join us. So, and I addressed him and I said some really nice things about him. So I want to hear what he's got to say about me because I'm super interested.
That's not what we're doing here.
Well, you blow my mind, man, because you were so tenacious in the way that you've arrived here. The way that you got Lue's attention and then the way that you got everybody else's attention, you're the reason we're here today. Everybody else, we might have helped with a boost here and there, man, but you've been the one that's been tight roping. So I really appreciate you. Now, when I first met you, yeah, you're right, man. You were just chomping at the bit and just running all over the dang place. But what I saw in you was all of this energy and all of this vigor. And there are all these other people on UFO Twitter that were reaching for those same goals and those same rings. And I just wanted you guys to get to talk to each other and hopefully start hashtagging each other and lifting each other up, because we're not in this alone, man. It's not about, one of us getting famous or something like that. I could care less. I want to see all of us succeed and get where we need to.
That's what I want. That's exactly what I want. And that's honestly what it's weird because I don't think that was my first intention, but that's what this has turned into. Is this just I've built a community of really cool friends and we all get together. We all talk about the same stuff that we love to talk about. And there's no animosity. There's no hard feelings. We could disagree on a lot of things when it comes to this topic. But again, the common ground, the terra firma, we can all come together on is that we all know that we need to start pointing up, start asking some serious questions, start putting this conversation on blast, and start asking these representatives to really stop bullshitting around and start really taking this seriously. And again, if there's anyone in the government watching right now, listen to what's going on. This is a golden opportunity for you to win a lot of trust from me, from everybody in this panel, from everyone in the chat. Start being a little more honest. We're not asking you to unclassify everything. We don't want the satellite images over Afghanistan where you probably shouldn't be flying. We don't want Chris wants that, but I'm saying of course we want that, but I think you understand where I'm coming from. So Chris, let's go to you, good sir. Then we'll head over to Andy. First of all, welcome. From what I understand, and I'm new to the UFO Twitterverse, you're like the OG. So welcome. Hello. How you doing?
I'm fantastic. Thank you for having me.
Pleasure is all ours. So you got any thoughts on what either anyone has said? I mean, what are you bringing to the table here, Chris? What do you got, man? Give it to us.
I'm going to bring to the table that I'm an experiencer and that I bring a different perspective. And I'm glad that this is happening. I'm glad you had this vision and you got the work and you pulled everybody together. Even we may not agree with everything, but you pulled everybody together. Congrats.
Hey, man, I appreciate it. I'm happy you're here. And I want to have you back because I want to talk about that experience. I think it's important. I think these conversations need to be had. And just because they can't be had with our local representatives doesn't mean they don't matter. I think there's...
we can get them weird.
Well, we can. We for sure can. Andy, that UFO podcast. How you doing, my good man? Welcome.
I am awesome, and I think your first guest that's had to have subtitles underneath him as he talks. So it's nice to kind of see everyone. Hi, Mike, Jazz again, Chris, Sean.
Did you see Baptiste? He was French.
I was actually working, so I've literally jumped off at work and came straight on for yourselves, but I was kind of flicking back and forward when I could. So yeah, I won't compliment you anymore, Luis, because I think your headphones are going to snap. They're gonna break. I'm bleeding out of the ears with ego right now. I promise you.
It has already blown out the entire screen at this point.
My wife started watching she started watching Outlander in preparation of not needing subtitles for you this time. So. I just want you to know that she's really dedicated. Okay.
It's impressive.
Thanks.
Mataluni, man, please address the panel.
I want to know, like, I'm really interested in Sean's story. And I know that one of the great things about the Big Phone Home is that we're engaging people beyond just UFO Twitter and some of the smaller communities. So I'd love to hear, Sean, a quick background on your experience, where you come from, and what kind of brought you to this show, to this community.
Sure. I'll try to be mindful of the clock so everybody gets a chance. But I was stationed on board the USS Princeton in 2004 as the Chief Master at Arms. I happened to be on bridge during various portions of our engagement with the Tic Tacs. And I may or may not have been, because we don't know what I saw, but saw something that was not anything I was used to in the sky. I saw 5 to 7 lights moving in a fashion, kind of a counterclockwise fashion towards the center, and then blinking out as they went towards the center. And that was while we were searching the horizon for these contacts and answering calls down to the Combat Information Center and communicating back and forth with the carrier about what these things were over a period of days. And so that's basically the bulk of that. Since then, since that event, a lot of years passed by. In 2017, the New York Times article led to Luis and TTSA making some announcements and us learning about who they all were. I reached out to TTSA and a period of time later heard back and was asked if I would participate in a documentary on the subject. When I got done filming with Lue and we got the mics off, I got pretty serious and I said, "Hey, if you're not another bullshitter, just trying to make a buck, then I'll put my boots back on for you, and I'll go to work." So that's how we got here.
That's amazing. And one follow-up on that, in your experience coming out of the military and having had this experience and being really serious about what the implications are and why we need to study these things, how many people would you say have either direct or indirect experience with this sort of thing in the military who just can't or won't talk?
I'd say the numbers are pretty high. I wouldn't want to venture a guess at how they approach demographics of the total population. A lot of times the military is an excellent microcosm to look at as far as social change, but it might not be the same based on what these events or this phenomenon may be interested in. So I think it's probably going to be a higher number possibly than the populace. And yeah, you're darn right that people don't talk about it. I hope that's changing. I really do. But no, they don't. In general, the rule is just be quiet. You might talk about it in the berthings or in your messing area or with your friends, but you never know what kind of stigma is going to come with that. And everybody here, we're very familiar with that. But people who don't work in this field may not understand just how deep that stigma runs.
I'd like to touch a little bit on that stigma. I mean, because a part of this day is to help break and kill that stigma and destroy the taboo. And the ways I think we do that is to keep the conversation as grounded as possible. So that way that I love pointing to Marco Rubio, because Marco Rubio has laid the playbook for every single member of Congress on how to talk about this topic in a very serious manner. And even if the alien woo-woo question is thrown out there, you simply address it, but say, we're not talking about that. Yeah, that would be cool if aliens came, sure. But I don't know anything about that. Here's what I do know. We've got these things, they're hovering over our nuclear facilities, very sensitive nuclear facilities and warships and submarines. And the people on these ships and submarines and boats don't know what they're looking at. And that's a legitimate question to ask. And the issue with the military, especially because they've been stigmatizing this for 60, 70, 80 years. And the beautiful thing about the Drive article, which in my opinion, I think that article is a shining example of why these things are here. You know, we're looking for the diamond in the rough. And that's what I took from that article, is that, you know, yeah, some of these are drones, but this taboo has put our Air Force in particular in a very peculiar position, because we've got these people on these carriers, on these nuclear facilities, who are incredibly intelligent, very well qualified. They look into the sky, they see something crazy, and they don't report it because they don't want to be hit with the stigma of this, of reporting that. And right now it's creating a really very simple window for our enemies, foreign enemies, to look at that window and say, how could we take advantage of that? How could we take advantage of this little, this just circle of stigma, and take advantage of that so we could spy on our enemies?
I love when Luis hits the high notes, because then you know he's for real about a subject.
Yeah.
It's so important, and it's like Chris is a friend of mine, and I don't say that lightly. I don't throw that out there. Chris is somebody I've had lunch with. We've shared intimate details of our past with each other in an attempt to try to understand this better. But I don't think America is ready for Chris's story yet, and I think Chris understands that to a certain extent, but it's got to hurt really bad that a lot of us we're holding on really tight to having to only bring forward right now what we can prove to people in those committee rooms and on the Hill. And we've got this subject now in front of people that are like literally in front of senior White House correspondents, major reps from all of the networks in the last couple of weeks. And these people are being informed at a nuts and bolts pragmatic level. I think the time's going to come when I'm going to be dragging Chris out and begging him to share his experiences. Yeah, absolutely.
If you need a wild horse, call me. That's called a callback. Improv.
I still see you. I still see you in your little red wagon flying down the hill, going like this, man. But that's where we stand today. We're trudging up that hill. And we've got a lot of people with us. There's a big crowd with us. And if we lose momentum, or if we don't get this ensconced in our lawmakers' heads that this is real and it's multifaceted, it spreads out across a spectrum. We're not ready. Nobody's ready to give good, easy answers because we don't know where to find them. That's what we're still trying to trawl through the data so far, because it looks like the conclusions seem to be behind the wall too. The data is a lot of the data.
Can I thank Sean, by the way, as a fellow squid? I want to thank Sean for his service. You know, and I served back during the Cold War. We actually didn't have any UFO experiences that I ever encountered, but thank you for your service, man. And I really appreciate that. And,
you're welcome. It was my pleasure. It was.
And mine too. Well, okay, you were a squid. You know it wasn't always a pleasure. Okay, come on. We all know that.
No, you're right.
But I do want to go back to what Luis was saying earlier. It's like we can focus on data, and we should. And there's a lot of testimony that's very important, and we should pay attention to it. Mm-hmm. Right now, we're at a unique moment that Luis has managed to engineer where we can assemble all of that. But I don't think we necessarily have to focus entirely on the fine grain details. We're at a moment where we have people in the government who are being asked to produce data without going into, oh, do you think it's aliens? Do you think it's this, that, or the other thing? You know, just what is it that you're looking at? what is your best current assessment? And isn't that something, if it's not an adversary, that should be shared? Because it addresses a really fundamental question that humanity has looked at forever, and I just hope everybody keeps that in mind. I hope everybody that's watching this, I went and I personally called, emailed, and tweeted both of my senators, my congresswoman, and several members of the Senate Select Intelligence Committee. I hope everybody goes back to what Luis started to do. You do that too. And you don't have to go and say, show me the aliens, or it was all seagulls. Quick shout out to Nick West. Just give us what you got if it's not a matter of national security. And I hope we can all focus on that, because this passes beyond all the boundaries that we fight about on day-to-day basis, with various things we disagree on. Just give us the information. Give people the information, and then let them make up their own minds, and we'll give you feedback.
I think that's going to give us a chance to heal
something
people.
Amazing to just boil it down to that. It's like, let's look at the data, and then we'll do what we do from there. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's fine. Andy, you've been really quiet, and I always love your introspective viewpoints. So after hearing some of the conversations they're having, I would just love to hear what you're thinking right now.
I'll subtitle it in the comments.
Yeah, don't worry. We got a whole team ready to translate.
I'm just kidding. I'm not on mute. I'm just kidding. So, so I'm enjoying listening, because obviously Sean's great to listen to. You could fall asleep to that voice and other things, and Jazz is really knowledgeable as well. And Chris, I'm looking forward to hearing that experience down the line. Something that I think helps, being from the UK, and you mentioned like Rubio and some of these other guys over here, like the US political system is famous worldwide, or infamous, depending how you want to look at it. And you see a lot of people arguing when these people come out and make these comments that, oh, they're a Dem, or they're a Republican, or they're blue, or they're red. I don't care, right? It's like they all seem to say the same thing to me anyway. And I'm not particularly interested in politics, even in the UK. It's just politicians do what politicians do. So regardless what their little things are in the background, it's a famous quote. I can't remember who said it. I'll say me. No matter who you vote for, the government always gets in. So that just seems to happen throughout history. So I think people like myself who are outside the United States, where we can help in any small way with these sorts of conversations, is to get past they're a Democrat, they're a Republican. It's just, you know what, if this is something you're interested in, and I'll shout out my colleague, Andreas Freeman Stahl, as people know him, or Adam on Twitter. He's really passionate about UAP and UAP activism. This is his number one political priority ahead of everything else. So people like Adam can really push this to the forefront and see past all that other stuff. And for me, who has no interest in politics whatsoever, this is just a topic and subject I'm really passionate about, as you know, otherwise I wouldn't have a podcast on it. This is what interests me. So I like to think I can have those little bits of conversations of, does it matter that this is what they think about raising taxes for the rich, or does it matter what these guys are going to do on this border? Just, this is the topic. Let's keep it on track. And that's what I've hopefully tried to help with, and some of the other guys from the UK and UAP media from early this morning when you guys were all still in bed, just to start the conversation and just kind of get it rolling as well. So that's where hopefully we can kind of help out.
Yeah, I think, well, you guys are doing an amazing job, and the UAP Media UK has been a tremendous help in getting word out about this event. And by the way, Shadows of Your Mind magazine, he just said that it's Dave Partridge. He just said it's been hard work trying to get the UK politicians to engage. Before I let you guys comment on that, Dave, get your butt in here right now. You're next up in the list, so you're the only one. Don't listen to him. Get your butt in here and let's start talking and engaging you in this conversation. So what do you guys think about, particularly, Chris, are you in the UK? No, you sound like you're from New York.
I'm Michigan.
Okay.
Michigan's the worst. Oh, God.
Oh, shit.
Shots fired.
I got to represent. I got family back there, so go blue. I'm not.
Yeah. I just want to say.
Yeah.
Don't.
I'm from New York, so Michigan's the worst.
Oh, stop it.
Come on, go ahead, man.
I was just going to say, don't expect to see a lot of documentation from the Air Force from the 70s and 80s onwards. A lot of it was burnt, and this is provable. You could go to Paul Dean. I don't remember his Twitter handle, but he's an Australian researcher who does oil.
Yep.
And he's with the Air Force, and they've come back at least 2 times where they've
breaking up, Chris.
Yeah, I just lost it.
Yep. All right, that's okay. Let's Chris, if you can hear me, just do me a favor, back out of the stream and just re-click the same link, and it should reset you nicely. David Partridge,
hey, man.
welcome.
Right,
The brains behind Shadows of Your Minds magazine. I know there's a lot of hands that go in helping you with that. So please, Dave, do me a favor. Just because I know who you are, I'm going to take a little pee break while you tell everybody in the world who you are. And in this little thing, I mean, this is our number 5, Mike?
I think we're moving through hour 5.
We're moving through hour 5. So I'll be right back. But please, Dave, introduce yourself to everybody. And yeah, I'll see you guys in a second.
Cool. Luis, you didn't get a catheter?
Oh, no.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dave.
I was expecting there was a puddle on the floor under his chair.
There is on mine. So.
First off, Jazz, Mike, Sean, it's great to meet you guys.
Great to meet you, Dave.
Love your publication.
Thank you, Jazz. Thanks. I appreciate it. I mean, I've talked about the history of the mag before on various other shows, and it's just something I've been interested in for years. And it seems like last year with the pandemic, I brought it all back because there seemed to be this momentum of information coming out, which started when I started looking at the Wilson documents. And then when Unidentified came on in the UK, and the Sean story and Gary Voorhees and Kevin Day and all those people, and, it just felt like something needed to be done in the UK as well. And I met with Andy because Andy started his podcast during lockdown as well. And then Andy and Dan Zetterstrom, they got in touch with me because we were always moaning about the lack of any sort of serious coverage in the UK press about this topic. So they approached me and said, what should we do about this? Should we start something where we can actually try and encourage British media journalists to try and cover this topic? And then, of course, we got Adam involved, and that kind of got everything together. And we've just been going kind of headlong into this, taking kind of like the guide from you guys in the States, because that's the only place where we're getting any of this information from at the moment.
Right.
Can I ask a question?
By
the way, just for Dave, the UK has such a rich history of UAP reports. I mean, including some of the stuff from Scotland and Wales and things like that. And I think a lot of people in the United States don't generally get as many of those reports unless they're really deep into the topic. Do you ever feel any frustration that, it's like so much of this is United States centric when you guys have had so many incidents?
Well, I think, like you said, there have been historical incidents. So you had the Berwyn Mountains crash in North Wales. You had the Broadhaven incidents, the Welsh Triangle back in the late 70s, and the Warminster UFO flap of the 70s as well.
Oh, right.
And that's before we even get to Rendlesham. But as Andy will tell you, the kind of stories that get the main clicks on British media websites are the more fantastical side of things. Like E.T. Stole My Baby, or SAS units trained to fight E.T. with silly string, things like that.
Well, you guys originated tabloid culture. I mean, that was. We thank you here in America for every time we walk through the grocery store line for what you've done to us. But I have to wonder, and I think you're right, though. I think it is a big problem, right? We have a problem with clickbait. We have a problem with media bias. We have a problem with all these things, and it makes us look bad when, as investigative journalists and people who are trying to get to the truth, it's very difficult to manage expectations when it comes to that sort of thing. I'm a digital marketer by day. The truth is not sexy, and it's hard as hell to sell. right? Yeah. So that's the bottom line. So, but we do have to find that balance. And I guess my question to you guys, and I'll table this to the panel, is how do we get more to the truth? How do we get our messages out there while limiting bias as much as possible?
Can I grab?
Put me on backstage while they answer that for a minute, please.
Okay, Jazz has to pee. He doesn't want to puddle himself.
This is a chance to kill two birds with one stone here. I have a lot of folks interested in asking me to talk about what they call the threat narrative, and frankly, I refuse to acknowledge a threat narrative because that means that someone's having to sell that narrative, and that means someone has something to sell. I think it's pretty obvious that I have nothing to sell. Lue has nothing to sell. The people that are working, so hard on this, and I'm not talking about folks, Lue, you got a show, and that. But there are other folks out there that a threat narrative works for their audience. Okay, so they're taking the same information that's being given to everyone else, and they're utilizing it to tell a story that they want to tell. We have to keep going back to the data. We have to keep having to go back to the evidence. And we can't discount science and say science doesn't want to listen to us. The other 7 billion of us don't get it yet. The people that are putting their life and their sweat equity and their blood into this, we get it. So we've got to get there for everybody else. So I think it's.
I'm sorry, Sean. Yeah, no, I was going to say, I agree with you. And I think that's why this conversation is so important, because there's a trust issue. There's a big time trust issue. And the reason why you get people thinking that this is a narrative that's being pushed to fund a Space Force or something like that. It's, I know you don't like to acknowledge it, but you have to understand why that exists.
If there were a threat narrative, Luis Elizondo, Chris Mellon, myself, and other people would say these are a threat. Mm-hmm. When we get to that portion of the conversation, as military folks, as lifelong anti-terrorism specialists, counter intel, you name it, we're not saying that. We're saying it can be. The fact is it's here. And it looks like it can do what it wants.
I think where the sort of where things are crossing here is when that article came out. When people read what the acronym ATIP stood for, it was, look, for me, I'm 40 years old. Since the day I was born, and I think we had this conversation when you came on the show, I've been sold Cold War. I've been sold the Iraq War. 9/11 happened. Then we went back to Iraq, and now we're in Afghanistan. And it's just this never endless cycle. And that's why I keep pointing to this topic being a really great opportunity for those entities to say, we really messed this up, and we're sorry for the level of mistrust that we put on ourselves. Acknowledge it, and then and that way, I think we could start moving the conversation a little forward. Because I'll be full disclosure. When I read what ATIP stood for, I'm like, threat. My bells started going off, right? But after talking to you, after talking to Elizondo, after listening to your perspectives and your reasons why you're doing this, and first of all, it would be an act so illegal, like it would be one of the biggest stories to maybe ever come out of this government if they were actively lying and selling this UAP phenomenon narrative to really fund a war. And I trust me, if that's happening, there's paperwork, there's a trail, there's money, those things will come out. But it's not happening because that's not the case, at least in my opinion.
I agree.
Can I just add?
Please,
sorry,
please.
Sean, just before I listen to your beautiful voice again, I think the threat narrative, you're totally right, Luis. It's in ATIP, right in the middle of it. But I think as this has gone on, and you mentioned about people apologising for wars and past whatever's, that's not going to happen. But as part of that, potentially, and this is just a potential, that the threat isn't the others or whatever this is. The threat is us and humanity. And if there's a threat narrative, potentially people look at it from the wrong side. And I don't mean that as in the US Army, the US Navy, or whoever is the threat, but just in general, these things are just watching us, but we're the ones that seem to be panicking a bit with it and trying to keep it secret. And like it was, I think Alejandro Rojas mentioned earlier, the conversation recently about if these things move at a pace where they're defying physics as we know it, and for them, they pop into a point where they see us 2,000 years ago, then they see us now, then they see us 2,000 years in the future. They're just observing. So if these are just possibilities, this isn't necessarily my opinion, but the threat can come from kind of different areas from my view.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's like, there's a whole lot of speculation there that I think is totally cool. Like, that's your show, dude. That's why I love you, is because we can talk about that for 2 hours. But like, let me put it this way. When Ben and Jerry come up to the podium, I expect them to tell me about ice cream things in ice cream language.
Right.
When the U.S. military finds things encroaching on the edges of its operating areas and its theater of operations, I expect them to tell me about it in military terms, in terms of threat, incursion, and things, and friend or foe.
Right. And,
so
it's an answer. I'm sorry. That's an answer like that made me go, okay. So that's why it's an important question, dude. And the way you're articulating yourself, if you listen to what Sean Cahill just said and you come away with, nah, he's full of shit, you're not listening. You're not absorbing the information. You're not taking your time to just be a rational person. I'm sorry, I forgot Jazz was in here. Sorry, Jazz.
Everybody always
stepped out.
forgets me. That's okay.
No, you stepped out. All right, stop that. So I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. It's my Cuban sensibilities, but please continue. I mean, I thought that was important.
I don't want to dominate the conversation. That's a piece that I want to get out there is when I talk about stuff, I talk about stuff as a retired chief master at arms.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the brief stint that I cooked on the line or did something else. That's not who people are looking to me as. So when I look to the military, I expect them to defend us. And if they've found an unknown that's running circles around them and they're not shooting it down, and they're not doing all this other stuff, I think that shows, number one, it shows great restraint that we don't have an intergalactic incident already. Because I was stationed with these folks. Not all of us make the best decisions every day. Okay. That was just a joke. Go ahead, laugh.
No, that's absolutely true. We make
true.
Bad decisions.
So we could have easily had our incidents already. The fact that whatever we were seeing over Chafee, whatever we were seeing over these other vessels that are reporting in the last few years, I can't say what they are. Now they're unidentified. They're in the air, even though they're not exhibiting flight characteristics because of the 5 observables. Let's say they're flying, and they're an object. So cool, they're UFOs. I'm okay with that. But in the military, we don't talk about UFOs because of everything that comes along with it. So it's an unidentified aerial phenomena because that says we don't know what it is. It's up in the air and we can't explain it. That's all that it's saying.
Thank you.
Right. It's not this big psyop to change the name. That's such crap. Like, get the hell out of that stuff. That's, I don't know. I don't want to rail on anybody.
No. That's, dude, you're nailing it.
We come from tainted ground. Tainted ground, so we must be perfect going forward.
Everybody listen to Sean. Yes, everybody listen to Sean.
Can I just ask? Sorry, please, Jazz. Sorry, I thought you were.
They said to listen to me, Andy, and you're talking.
I get it a lot. I'm married. I have a wife.
I'm sorry, Andy, please.
Go ahead, Andy.
So quite recently, we've seen a lot of talk of drones, and this is a question that other people might have, but I want to ask you guys. Sorry, Luis, I'm doing my podcast now. But do you see why we're all of a sudden seeing such an uptake or use of the word drone whenever we see articles or reports that it seems to have gone from UFO to UAP, and as we're starting to really understand UAP as an acronym, all of a sudden it's drone. Do you think that's a deliberate thing that we're seeing?
Well, Sean had a good answer for the modern era. I will say there was a 3-letter acronym back in the late 70s and early 80s when I was in the Navy, and I was circling endlessly in a section of the Arabian Sea during the Iran hostage crisis. We had a 3-letter acronym that was UAV. Unidentified aerial vehicle. And that was before anybody had a drone. It was something in the sky that you had not yet definitively identified. To this day, and I believe Sean will back me up, they still use UAV. It doesn't mean UFO. It doesn't mean drone. It means something that's above the surface level of the water. And we haven't figured out what it is yet. I think that's what they're saying.
I think Andy makes an interesting point too, and then you hear this on the mainstream media a lot as well. Is UAV is often when we don't know what kinds of drones they are. You'll often hear that from the mainstream media, UAV, where you'll hear UAP more when it comes to the phenomenon that most of us here are describing. But we do have a very interesting thing going on right now, and the explosion of drone technology coming out of China and their dominance in that field, and we're going to see that more and more and more, and it's going to be very difficult for the mainstream to pick those things apart. You already see so many misquotes and so many mistakes coming from the mainstream media on this topic, already debunked footage and things like this coming out of Fox News when they're talking about this phenomenon. So, us in our little sphere of influence here, we may understand all these little intricacies, but I swear to God, it's going to take 100 years for the mainstream to understand any of this.
Yeah,
absolutely. A lot of people, the first question is, well, couldn't they be little aliens? And I'm like, we have so many chess pieces to move before we can get over to that possibility. Yep. It's like we're just, by saying drone, we're just making an assumption that they're not piloted by human beings, because we don't know that we found any aliens yet. It's like, so that's where it's coming from, and people get wrapped up about it because they want to put their wants and needs ahead of the evidence.
Right.
I want this to be fantastic and awesome too, because I put a lot of time and effort into it. So I'm going to be really ticked off if this is a bunch of DJI Mavics on an awesome Arduino program running on, because back in the early 2000s, around shortly after the Tic Tac incident, I wrote the force protection exercises for anti-drone UAV and low slow flyer in continental United States and at Anchorage and overseas. So I'm going to be really pissed off if these things are just coming in and my sailors don't know what to do with it, because I'm pretty sure my verbiage is still on the paper and still on the books on those ships. So we know what to do with
Luis,
drones.
I got to jump out.
Yeah.
But before I go, just one thing that Sean is overlooking, and I want to point this out and be very clear. There's an argument like, well, if we see these things and we can't identify what they are, if they're not American, they're not Russian or Chinese, then they must be aliens, which I'm not discounting. But Sean is overlooking one important possibility, which Mick West has done also. I think it's dolphins, because they have huge brains and they're really sneaky. It could all be dolphins. I just want to leave the crowd tonight. Don't write off any possibility. Dolphins could have a UAP program going on.
It's
and we don't know.
They are sneaky.
They are sneaky. It's like that book, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. All the aliens are the dolphins. They're just here for the fish.
That's it.
You made a friend tonight, Jazz. I like you, man.
Oh, yes.
Sean,
yes.
You and I got to get together. I definitely want to do a session with you online one of these days soon.
Please,
Sounds
can I
good,
just
brother.
sit in on that? I swear to God, I won't say a word. I just want to sit in and listen. Yeah, I know.
Maybe Sean and I can do your show together.
There we go. And we'll just talk about being sailors.
Dolphin theory.
Hey,
and we'll bring our dads.
Alizondo's coming back. Alizondo's coming on with my dad and his dad, and all we're going to be talking about is Cuba and
awesome.
all of that. So I love it. Jazz,
There's a lot
Shaw,
of thank you, guys.
Thank you for being so damn supportive of this effort, doing all of those interviews, man. You are kick-ass, and I'll see you soon, sir.
Thank you, Luis, and everybody else here. You have done great.
Michael, what are you doing? I love it, man. We'll see you soon. Okay, where the hell?
Who's doing that?
Where the hell? It's Michael. Look at his face. What is that?
Man.
That's not okay. Yeah, you were screwing up the.
I was supposed to be clapping, but I hit the wrong fucking one.
Okay.
Sorry, Jazz.
Okay. Before we continue here, I just found these guys a week ago. I've just found them off the street. I said, you two.
Oh my God, I want to hang out with these guys.
You two guys look like you're into UFOs, and dude, this is why I brought them into on the last part of this panel, because I'm like, this is gonna work beautifully. So we've got Ben and Joe, right?
What's up, dude?
Ben and Joe from UFO Podcast. I literally asked them. I think, was it last night, dude? Honestly, I'm starting to bleed days.
It was last night. Yeah.
Okay, it was last night. So last night was an 18-hour workday. So, dude, I'm so happy you guys are here. Oh, yes.
Yeah,
dude,
we didn't know for having us, dude. Yeah, thanks for having us. We didn't know if
Dude.
there was like a waiting room or anything. It looks like we just popped straight in.
Yeah, pretty much. As soon as I saw you, I put you in the stream.
Oh, dude, that's awesome.
So, dude. Okay, so the thing
I feel like I want to buy ice cream from you guys. I feel like
you sell the best ice cream. Yeah,
you're gonna feel great. I feel like I'm gonna arrest you guys.
That's a possibility too. That's always a possibility.
Okay, so yeah, if you're gonna talk, please keep it to Ben and Jerry's. I did love that analogy, by the way, Sean. How if you have Ben and Jerry at the podium, I expect the language to be very, the whatever's the jargon that's going on in Ben and Jerry's.
Cold and creamy.
Exactly. And if you got that was such a great analogy. So I just want to touch on that again. But anyway, UFO Podcast, Ben and Joe, or UFO Garage Podcast, Ben and Joe. I saw their show, and I swear to God, Michael, 30 seconds into this, I'm like, I got to hang out with these dudes. Like, it immediately brought me back. I told them that last night. It immediately brought me back to the very first discussions I was having in a garage in high school, contemplating about the universe. Where do we belong? Oh, man, like all of these cool conversations that I just yearn for. Like, it brought me back to some of the most favorite moments of my life. So I was like, I got to do everything in my power to see if I can get these guys on today, because we're going to be hanging out from this moment on all the way to God knows when. So you guys, welcome to the show. I'm so happy you're here. Before you start talking, we got one more guest in the lineup, and this is going to be fun. So the next person I'm bringing on is the sponsor of the show, BlueMarlinChronicles.com, purveyors of the world's finest fishing tackle since 1995. This is my dad, you guys. All right, so let's bring him on.
What an honor!
How you guys doing?
Hi, Dad.
Look at this guy.
Can you guys hear me?
I've never seen my father wear glasses in my life. He's really hamming it up today. What are you doing? Glasses? Where did these come from, Pop?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, all right, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Am I supposed to be listening through headphones?
Probably, yeah. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take my dad out for a second because I also think he doesn't have his microphone on. So let's let him figure it out. He'll be back in a second. But it's going to be a blast. So we're okay. Ben and Joe, you guys, welcome. Thank you for being here. Please tell everybody who you are, how why you're here, how you can inspire folks, and how excited you are to build this relationship that we just forged.
Yeah, man. Well, we're Ben and Joe. We're from the UFO Garage, and just like you explained it, man, when we first came on, that's exactly what it is. It's kind of for the new people. There's so many new people getting into this whole thing. So, those kind of conversations that you used to have in the garage, where you're like, "What is this? What are we doing?
I want to know.
Where do we come from?" We all want to know, man. And I don't know. I feel like maybe we just bring a little bit more of a palated, easier experience to people to kind of get in and listen. You hear some of the stories. We have some really amazing guests, that come on the show. And so, people dig it. You hear the stories, you want to get more into it. So that's kind of the start of the whole thing, Yeah, we started off going to a couple conferences just after we started our podcast. And man, the whole idea is just we want to get to know people that have had experiences with UAP, abductions, and we want to get to know them as people, but their story too. And that's my favorite part. That's our favorite part, is getting to just know people that have been a part of all of it.
Look at the smiles on everybody's face. Yes. Look at the smile. This is exactly why I wanted you guys here, because I knew I was going to be smiling from ear to ear. I mean, how cool are these dudes? All right, so let's try again. Let's see if we can get Dad figured out. Dad, what's going on?
Does he have a ring light now?
He's got backlining too.
I think he's all aesthetic and shit.
Yeah, Dad, listen, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so, I can hear you.
Okay, Pop, have you turned on your microphone, that fancy microphone you got?
Yeah. Hey, there we go.
There we go. There we go. All right.
Beautiful.
Blue Marlin Chronicles in the house. All right.
So how you guys doing today?
Oh, Dad, I love that you're here, man.
We all
this
call
is
you
so
Dad?
Cool. Yeah, do it. I mean,
We're doing
we're
good,
both
Dad.
named Lewis. We're both named Lewis, so that'll definitely be able to differentiate between the two of us. I hate that you're wearing glasses. Please, I've never seen you with glasses, Dad.
But you look so
when did you
suave,
get these?
man.
He does. Look at you. Want to, Dad? Do me a favor. Come a little closer to the camera and show everybody your hair.
Oh, my hair.
It's purple. Okay, this dude, rocking purple hair with a faux hawk. I mean,
yes.
What is going on, man?
The party is officially become.
So do we get free ice cream today? Ben and Jerry's?
Ask Ben and Joe. Yeah, Ben and Joe will give you an answer. What do you guys? Did you guys bring ice cream for us?
The Dolphins are bringing them. They're going to come by.
Awesome. So, Dad, real quick, I want everybody, because I always say the sponsor at the end of the show, and I think, like everybody's like, what the who is Blue Marlin Why is a fishing website sponsoring a crazy UFO show? So just full disclosure, this is my dad. I approached him and I said, Pop, you want to sponsor a show for a year? And he's like, yeah, I'm interested in that. Told him the idea. I'm like, just need a couple microphones and a chair. He's like, I gotcha. Hooked it up. So that's how he became a sponsor. But I want to know, why did you do this? He's got an echo.
Nice. Yeah, there you go.
Dad, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. The thing is that I got a lot of different conversations going on at the same time.
So Dad, do this. Exit out of the chat. Hit that red button that says leave studio, and then close your browser and come back and click the same link, and you should be good when you come in.
He might also have the YouTube.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Mike. Dude, this is such a dad moment. Yeah, Sean.
They had a beer, so I was thinking. So when I helped Andy get Lou on his show the first time, Andy sent me a bottle of really fine scotch. Okay, all the way from Scotland. So. Well, we have a second.
No wonder why Cahill loves you.
Andy's got a bun in the oven, and his wife puts up with so much letting him play with us right now.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to raise this one to the missus, and I wanted to say congratulations.
Congrats.
And I wanted to say thanks for everything you do, brother.
Congratulations,
Cheers.
Andy.
Yeah.
Cheers, everyone. Yeah.
Cheers. Okay, wait a second. I'm getting really disappointed now because it's 6:30 here in Orlando, Florida, way after 5 o'clock, and I'm the only one that's sober, and I'm not digging
You brought
it.
oatmeal, bro.
I've been barbecuing since this morning, so I've had a few.
So hold on a second, Dad. Close the YouTube browser. You're watching the show while you listen on.
It's closed. I
okay.
closed
All right.
already.
Cool. So you can hear everybody. No more echoes.
Perfectly.
Okay. All right. So, Dad, what the hell were you thinking when you sponsored this show?
I wasn't really thinking anything. I mean, you know me. I'm as fringe as everybody else. So the UFO thing has been huge for me. I've always believed, even though I've never seen one. I think the evidence is overwhelming. The mathematics say that we're not alone. To even say that we're alone, it's crazy. I mean, so many exoplanets. I mean, last week they discovered like 5 or 6 or something like that. So, I'm a believer. The numbers tell me that. Being reasonable about it, you think about it, and we can't be alone, man.
Right, but what were you thinking when you got Luis a microphone?
And I got on the microphone. See, Lewis likes, he's been pursuing this for a long time, the acting career and everything else, and I support him in that. If that's what he wants to do, man, you got to be happy. I'm not gonna, discourage anybody from doing anything. I mean, I would never pursue an acting career, but he decided to, and I support him in that. And when he came up with this thing, I said, that's a good idea. Let's do it. What the hell? It's not gonna hurt anything.
No, it sure did.
I don't know how many of my customers have ever seen this, but they might think that guy's nuts, man.
Does he get to fish, or does he still have to cut bait?
He's got to do both.
He's got to do both. And I drive the boat too. God, does anybody have a question for my dad? This is just crazy right now. I can't believe this is happening.
How chill is it? How chill is it having a career in fishing? I mean, is that where you find your peace?
Yeah, well, Dad, tell us how you started the website, and like, because this is a very cool story.
Okay, professionally, I'm a cardiopulmonary tech. Okay, I did pulmonary and adult and neonatal cardiopulmonary critical care. I've been doing that for 47 years. I just lecture now. I retired out of the hospital in 2012 after my mom passed away. And when I started this website, what it was, I don't know if you guys remember GeoCities and all those little.
Hey, Dad, hold on one second. Hold on. Yeah, Dad, I just want to make sure your mic was cracking a little bit. I think you're.
Is that better there?
No, so something's happening.
It sounds like a dolphin.
Yeah, it sounds like a dolphin.
That sounds like sonar
like a dolphin.
It's probably they're probably trying to get fish.
There?
No, it's just something crackling. I don't know if it's a connection or what, but let's try and work through it. So I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I just
no, that's fine. That's fine.
You left off at GeoCities, everything.
Yeah, GeoCities was a thing that you went in there, you set up your own little, like it was like a MySpace, and they didn't call it that, and then you set up a homepage. So what I did was I set up a homepage fishing page because we all fished. And it kind of worked like this. I'd put stuff up there, and then people would email me, and then I'd take the email, cut and paste it, and put it into the website. So it was kind of like Facebook, but you couldn't actually post in there on your own because that wasn't available, obviously, back in those years. So this thing became really, really popular.
All right, Dad, stop. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Your mic's killing us. I love you, but the mic is killing me right now. I think it might be a connection issue.
Yeah.
So let's I'm going to let you try and figure it out. Just make sure everything is plugged in as best as it can be. All right.
Yeah, it's plugged in.
Yeah, something's going on. All right. Well, we'll take that out for a second. Let's see if we can figure it out. How awesome is it?
Your dad is awesome, bro.
Dude, like the most supportive dude ever.
Yeah,
he's great.
Seriously,
he's like,
See where you get your charisma.
But I love my son. Go for it.
Yeah.
It was. He's right. It was a dumb career choice. So terrible.
Sure, I'll pay for your show.
Yeah. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't, but you could go ahead, man.
Well,
need a chair, Dad.
Well, speaking of, I told him, I'm like, hey, Dad, we're gonna get a lot of eyeballs. We're gonna have to start talking about maybe restructuring the sponsorship contract.
Yeah, Daddy needs the SM7B.
2 chairs. Oh God, no, it's terrible. I'm sorry, Dad. It's terrible.
Oh, that's so.
Bring it up a little bit further. Is that good?
It sounds like a loose wire.
Yeah, it sounds like a loose wire, Pop, to be honest with you.
I think the Dolphins got tired of us making fun of when the Dolphins are spinning their echolocation through. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. Let's see if we can figure it out. Hopefully we can get that going. But it's this, guys. It's his first live stream. Like I told you before, we're gonna run into issues. It's hilarious that it's my dad, the one with the issues.
Luis, do you know what that
poetic.
says? You know when the Ghostbusters talked about not crossing the streams, when he had the 2 streams open at the same time, he's messing it up. That's what they were talking about.
Reference.
Yeah, no, it's true.
Reversal.
Yeah. All right. Well, we lost cats and dogs living together. We lost them here for a second. Okay, so Dave, because I haven't heard your voice here in a minute. What do you want to bring to this conversation? Do you have anything? I'm sorry, I'm putting you on the spot, but I'm trying to figure out what's going on with Pop here.
Well, there was something that Mike mentioned about an hour ago, and something that Sean mentioned as well. The UK media recently has been focusing on the USS Russell videos, the pyramids, and all that kind of thing, and the drone swarms as well. Now, we've been asking questions of the UK journalists, what if this has been happening to the Royal Navy when they've been on training exercises? Because, everything seems to be happening on either coast of the Americas. But, why haven't we got any information about Royal Navy carrier groups getting buzzed by drones or Tic Tacs or anything like that? So we're trying to get the conversation started with MPs and ministers. And it seems to be having an effect in the in the broadcast media, sorry, not the broadcast media, the print media, because they're starting to pay attention. They're starting to cover these kind of stories now with a bit more serious tone. The problem we've got in the UK is our politicians will only interact with you if we are in their constituency. So if we're trying to get in touch with someone who's like 10 miles away, but because we haven't voted for them or we can't vote for them, then they just send a generic email saying, sorry, I can't answer your question directly, but it's still raising awareness at the same time. So we're just hitting as many MPs as we can with these questions. Is the Royal Navy being targeted by drones? Are they foreign adversaries like Chinese, Russian, North Korean even? If they're not, well, if they are, then that's a problem because that's a failure in intelligence. If they're not drones, man-made drones, then, what are they? And that needs scientific and military investigation at the same time.
I think the next time we'll see any change in the UK, seriously, like Dave said, we're starting to see tiny little bits, but it's still the X-Files music and the little green men and the flying saucers and the nut jobs having their crazy conversations, right? Because that's what sells in the tabloids. Like Michael said, the UK invented the tabloids, the US perfected it, and it's still the case over here that's what happens with these stories. And I think when and if the UAP task force report comes out, and if we get this best case scenario that it calls for further study and the US kind of takes that next step, I think that's when the UK start to come into it a little bit more. We always do tend to follow the US into anything, like you've kind of seen historically. And that's probably what it's going to take for us to move that forward, is following that lead.
Just like in music and literature, we lead the way. I mean, we understand.
Yeah, you've got some good books.
Nice. You had your Secretary of Defence visit the UK earlier in the week. Did he have a conversation about this with our Minister of Defence? That's something that, hopefully we'll find out.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, I mean, this, I saw a comment here. Just give me 2 seconds to find it because I was like, here it is. Glad we lost 10 minutes on the subject. We're doing an 8-hour live stream. We're doing
also, your name was where we were going to tell the truth, and your dad stole the show.
Disclosure was
we were this close, and then we got a bad microphone. I mean, come on, give me a little. I mean, pretty much this whole stream has gone off without any huge technical difficulties. Chase had a little bit of a connection issue, and Pops has got a mic issue. Cut some people some slack.
Luis, can I ask you a question? Is there any truth to the rumor that Christopher Mellon is about to come on and you got your dad on instead?
There might be a little truth to that. There might be a little bit.
Okay. Yeah. I can see why.
Yeah, as you can see, I chose family over.
It's the sponsor.
Disclosure. Yeah. He is the sponsor. And I've had this conversation with Sean. That was the queen on the chessboard, right? We would have loved to get Christopher Mellon, and hopefully Christopher Mellon is watching. Hopefully Christopher Mellon sees what we're trying to do, and hopefully Christopher Mellon might come next year. Who knows? That's the goal. It's always the goal. We would love to have him. We need his perspective. And I tweeted at him, and I think this is a true statement. What he's doing is a thankless job. Nobody's going to Chris Mellon, especially his peers, and going, man, you're really keep it up, big guy. Nobody's doing that. And on the flip side of that, nobody is saying thank you to him for putting his neck out on the line and really trying to bring this topic as bring as much light to it as humanly possible. So Mr. Mellon, if you're listening, please, sir, we would love for you to be part of this event. We implore you to be part of this discussion because we need your expertise. We need your insight, especially when it comes to asking for things from these people. He knows how to ask for things. He's He's the man when it comes to this. Again, he's the queen on the chessboard, and it's a 3-dimensional chessboard. We're on the first level of this chessboard, and you know, we're trying to get to that 5th level of the board. May not happen, but we're gonna try. We're going to try, and we're going to try and do it in a responsible, very tactful manner that respects everybody, that respects every viewpoint, and that respects every political perspective. Because, and I'll go back to this and I'll let you guys comment, this is a bipartisan issue. I cannot say it enough. When you've got Marco Rubio and you've got Hillary Clinton doing this anytime, pay attention. It's a big deal. Okay. And if we get Marco Rubio and Hillary Clinton doing this, what else could we get them to do this on? You know, and that's the whole idea. I see Dad is just really struggling. We're going to try and bring him in one more time. If the audio is really bad, I'm going to have to wait and bring him back for the Lue Elizondo interview. So let's give it one more shot.
Let me dip out because my wife is very, very heavily pregnant. Like Sean said, thank you for that. So I should really go in case she's had the baby while I've been here. So thanks everyone for
Andy. Thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for spreading the awareness. Honestly, dude, like you guys over there are a real big reason as to why this has got a lot of legitimacy and a lot of movement. So thank you. I know you got to go, so I'll let you go, man. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Hey, Luis. So my mom is in the comments commenting about how much your dad loves you.
You know, all right.
That's the best thing I heard today.
All right. So, Dad,
can you hear me?
We can hear you. All right.
Perfect. I'm on the iPhone.
This is amazing. You couldn't have scripted this better.
Perfect. Yeah. All right. Dad's on the iPhone. All right. Thank Jesus.
Can you see me?
Woo. We can see you. We can hear you.
Great.
All right, so Dad, you were talking about your pulmonary experience, respiratory therapy. We're gonna get Ben and Joe in here soon. Sorry, guys, it's a crowded room. Also, I just want to give everybody a heads up. We've got about 13 minutes left in this hour. All right, so we're gonna say goodbye to everyone because we've got a big murderers row of folks coming next, and I want to make sure we get as much time with them as we can.
I'm gonna tag out with Sean and be like, Sean, you want to stay? You want to hit up my last 2 hours?
Right. We only got 2 hours. We're so close, man. We're so close.
Oh, he's
out. No, thank you. No, thank you.
Dipping.
Yeah. So Pop, you were saying.
Yeah. So anyway, we started. I started this website, and it became really popular. With people talking about it all the time. And a friend of mine, Mike Janoon, who owns Florida Sport Fishing Magazine, he calls me one day and he says, "Hey, Lewis, why don't you try to sell something on the website?" And I told him, I said, "Mike, I'm in the hospital, dude. I can't be shipping stuff. This is not something that I can do." And he says, "Why don't you talk to this guy, Daryl? And he's got a new product. It's a fishing line for sword fishing, and he's anxious to talk to you." So, I went I went ahead after one of the days that I was off. I talked to Daryl, and Daryl, I explained to him, I said, "Dude, I'm in the hospital all day. I'm in, ICU, working ICU. We had a very busy open heart program. So at the time, it was just like an impossibility to do that." And he said, "Well, do you have email?" And I said, "Yeah, I got email on my phone. That I have." He said, "Well, it's very simple. All you need to do when you get an order, you send me the email and I'll ship it out for you. You charge him $195 and, I'll send you a bill for $150. And I said, "And you'll ship it?" "Yeah." "Okay." So I'm thinking in the back of my mind, beer money. That's great. I'm in, So it started out that way. And then slowly but surely, I started to gain more products. That was a hiccup there when I tried to get the more products because you got to understand, this was at the beginning of the internet. And when these shops that sold fishing gear slowed down, they all blame me. "Oh, it's that guy's fault. The deal's out of his house. It's him. That's why he's eBay and he's ruining everything." I mean, this is psychotic stuff. So these guys proceeded to basically tell all the suppliers not to sell anything to me. And then when I got wind of that, which at the time I really did not have an interest in making this thing happen. When I got wind of that, the egomaniac me, I got pissed off. And I said, "Well, this shit's going to happen." And here we are. What, 26 years later? They're not here. I'm here, and I happen to retire from this, but this is not something that I planned. I planned to be in the hospital for a while, or at least teaching. So I wasn't thinking of getting out of medicine altogether because I love what I do. I miss what I do. And, but when my mom, when my mom came to the house and I started taking care of my mom, I took a leave of absence and I did something that I had never done before, which was answer the phone. And started answering the phone, and I grew the business like 300%. And I told Ray, I said, "Hey, Ray, I don't think I'm going to go back. I think I'm gonna send him a notice that I'm resigning, and my last day will be December 15th. Hello, wanted Christmas off, which we rarely did." And that was it. They found somebody. I trained them. So it turned out really, really good. And I never went back to the hospital. And then, we moved from Florida out here to Utah. And now, I still have my licenses. I have everything. So what I do now is I lecture for Ray's company. And we were just in Dallas. So, I'm staying in it. You know what I'm saying? Not hands-on in the hospital, but I'm in it. And that counts. Because it keeps my brain going, and I enjoy it because I love medicine, and so it's a happy medium. I mean, I'm making a living out of it, and that's I'm not. This is not a multi-billion-dollar company by any stretch of the imagination, nor do I want it to be a multi-billion-dollar company. Just enough, to do what I want to do, and that's it, man. That's the history of this thing in a nutshell. I do all the website. The only thing that I don't do is the photography. I got a guy by the name of Mark. He does the photography for me in Pompano Beach. He's a photographer for JBL Audio. So he does all my photography. And what I do is I program the website. I do all my SEO. I do all that stuff. So anything that's on the back end of the website, I do. Because I had to learn how to hand code when I did it.
Could you do me a favor, Dad?
Sure.
Yesterday when I spoke to Luis about SEO, he didn't know what I was talking about. So if you could do me a favor,
dude,
you need a favor.
To be fair, it was hour 17. My brain was completely mush. But Dad, I can tell you right now, you're killing it in the chats. People love you.
Yeah, because I can't read it. So who's that psycho with a purple hair?
No, they love it. They love it. So Dad, you're coming back. That's a for sure. Yeah, and by the way, I've secured that conversation that you wanted to have with Lue Elizondo about
Good. Yeah, I heard it. I've been listening to you. The other thing is too, I did try to dye my hair black,
Oh,
I did try it. Oh yeah, when I looked in the mirror, it looked like I had a dead cat on my head. So I said, "No, this ain't gonna work." So I said, "I gotta blend this in. It can't be red. It can't be blonde." And I said, "What about Barney?" I said, "Yeah, sure. What the hell? Let's try it. Let's see what it looks like." And I liked it. So
Dad,
hey Louis, can I thank your dad for something? I usually get thanked for my service all the time, but in this case, I get to thank him for something. Oh no, you don't. I'm going first, man. I'm a survivor of the NICU in 1973 at Emory University. I was they used an experimental incubator and a zero pressure bubble on me. And off the coast of Africa in 2012 on Friday the 13th in April, I had a heart attack. So people like you are the reason I'm alive. You're the only reason I'm alive. So I just want to say thank you for your service. So
the neonatal
I appreciate your dedication.
Are really, really, really cool. We had a guy. He comes to the hospital to visit Hialeah Hospital, and he now has kids. And his mom was in a horrific automobile accident. It was a multiple trauma, chest trauma, neurological trauma. I mean, it was a disaster. And we had to do an emergency C-section in the ER because she was going to die. So we got this kid going, man. And I haven't seen him because I'm here, but he visits the hospital on a regular basis, and that is the coolest thing. That is a very rewarding thing. So, yeah, thank you for that. I really appreciate it. And thank you guys for your service. You and Shaw, he's funny.
Sean's, I got to get you and Sean together too. Like, and now if Dad's gonna be like a normal staple, I think, on the channel. Okay, so we're starting to get around the 10-minute mark here. We got 10 minutes left. So let's switch back gears into what we're here to talk about, right? Activism. We're here to talk about encouraging people to call their local state representatives. And so, I guess let's start with you, Sean, because you've been here for a real long time. You've got a wife as well. This is a Saturday for you, so I totally understand it. And I think we kept you way past the half hour that I scheduled for, so I appreciate that. And I didn't mean to do that. I should have probably prefaced with, hey, leave whenever you need to go. But
I'm glad you didn't, though.
I'm glad you didn't. I really, really am, man. I really, really am. So, Sean, please, if you can, just leave us with some words of inspiration for the people to activate themselves.
My wife's sitting on the other side of the computer here. My family is spread out over the country, supporting me right now, listening. It's going to take all of us in a network as tight as a family with that level of trust and loyalty in each other to get where we need to go. It's obviously got me a little emotional right now, but I'm going to fight my way through it. This isn't what people think it is. This activism, this level of intense dedication, this isn't bullshit anymore. And I'm not saying it always was, but it was sown with enough of that nonsense to make all of us very wary of what the future holds for this subject. If we look out for each other, promise each other that we're going to utilize the scientific method, that we're going to maintain evidence-based investigations, and that we're going to look out for each other when it comes to matters of emotion and the heart and things like PTSD or trauma or how this phenomenon may have affected people differently. If we maintain that aspect that we are all one family, we're going to get where we need to go. We're going to get the secrets that people were too afraid to tell out in the open, and we're going to start the healing process that tells us who we are and what the hell's actually going on.
Someone give this man a mic to drop.
Yeah,
beautiful.
Seriously, man. Thank you, Sean, again, for being here, man. Thank you for the inspiration. Thank you for helping me, guiding me, and making sure you put them blinders on me, because God knows what this would be if you didn't do that. So thank you. And I look forward to seeing you again, which I'm sure will be very soon, sir. So I'm
humbled to help. Thank you, man.
On behalf of all of us, we love you, man. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Sean.
Take care of you.
Nice meeting you.
Thanks, Sean.
All right. So Dave, you're also the second guy who's been here the longest, and I apologize that we haven't gotten to you a lot. But Dave's going to be coming back. We're going to be talking about Shadows of Your Mind. We're going to be getting a lot deeper stuff, as far as I know. You guys are doing an article about what happens post Big Phone Home. So let me ask you this, Dave. If of course I can ask you what's the craziest thing you want to see out of this report. But if I could bring you down to a reality, just the most practical thing that you'd like to see out of this report, what would it be?
I think the acknowledgement that they've actually looked at more cases than we know about. Because obviously there's thousands of reported events that have happened in American waters, UK waters. It's a global phenomenon. It's not confined just to one specific area. So to have an acknowledgement in that report that, there is somewhere else where these things are happening, which have been considered and will be, investigated at an official level, that'd be great.
Yeah. I agree. Any encouraging words for either the citizens of the UK or the United States, and maybe some words of encouragement to maybe help them pick up that phone and make the call?
Yeah, I mean, today we've had a problem because all our politicians' offices are closed on the weekends. So, all we are asking people to do is visit uapmedia.uk, download the template letter. We're going to upload another letter this week. And we're also going to put a petition on the government website asking for UAP transparency from the UK government. We need to hit around 10,000 signatures on that for a discussion to be had. 100,000 signatures will get a debate in the Commons, which would be absolutely fantastic, because then you can get the Minister of Defence, you can get high-ranking members of the actual cabinet actually talking about UAPs in the House of Commons.
Dave, when you form that letter and you send it out publicly, please tag me because I want to make sure people can get to it. And I'm, I'm here to help you guys. So whatever I can do from my end to get, citizens in the UK to download that letter and send it off, let me know and I will do my best.
Will do. I just want to say thanks to all the other members of UAP Media UK. Adam needs to get well soon because he's been laid up for a bit. And Signal's giving away stickers. So
yeah. We're gonna give them away here in the next few days. We're gonna do it through Twitter. So yeah, if you want some of those awesome stickers by the Signal and again this patch that he made, just let us know. Oh, patch fell off. Sorry. Yeah. Anyway, Dave, thank you for stopping by. We appreciate your voice. We appreciate your perspective, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah. Thanks, Luis.
Yeah, my pleasure. So all right, here we go. Ben and Joe. So you guys, I think I can't wait to have you guys back. I think I'm planning to be on your show on the 6th, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir.
I'm so happy. I appreciate, I know you guys were doing a barbecue. This is family time. So I appreciate you guys taking up taking a part of your Saturday, setting up the microphones, hanging out on the couch together. I mean, honestly, I could not have asked for more out of the two of you guys. The smiles you brought to this conversation have been incredible. So thank you guys. Seriously, I cannot wait to hang and chill and talk a bunch of shit with you dudes.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be awesome. Thanks for inviting us to hang out for a little bit. We've been watching all day, and man, you've really pulled something special together today. And man, I think we're doing something here, boys.
I think we are.
Yeah,
I think we are. All right, so we'll see you later, guys.
All right, take it easy, man.
Bye. All right, Dad.
Yeah.
So
I think that next time I'm gonna set this up on the Linux OS.
Yeah.
I don't know what's up with the Mac. I mean, when I talk to my friend in India, I use his microphone all the time, and it's been working great. I just talked to him 2 nights ago, so I have no idea.
We'll figure it out.
But yeah, we'll figure it out.
All right, Dad. Well, I can tell you, I swear to God, you were probably the most popular part of this entire show. The people have spoken. They love you. So we'll be definitely seeing you again. Now
it's gonna be fun to talk to Lou. I mean, I'd love to talk to him, man. The guy's fascinating. So
yeah,
he's got a lot of good stuff, and I got a lot of questions too.
I know you do. All right, Pop. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Love you, Dad. Bye.
Bye-bye. Love you too.
This is like, I mean, all the emotions, right? Like I've gone from passionate to excited to somber to almost crying after Sean's speech. Like this is so many things going on. Really cool.
It's good stuff. Okay, so we've got 3 great guests waiting in the wing right now. So let's get this ball rolling because we're 2 minutes past their time. So let me first introduce this gentleman here, Mr. Danny Silva, a wonderful investigator, a guy who's got a really great voice in this field. I had a conversation with him on my channel. He outdid me in the hoodie game. I see he's toned it down a little bit today. I appreciate you not outshining me on the. I wore my really special suit for today. So welcome, dude. How are you?
Good, man. This has been a really cool event.
I appreciate it.
Nobody can take this away from me. What you've done today, you brought a lot of excitement and kind of feels like a UFO holiday or something.
It does, doesn't it? It really does.
It's like UFO Super Bowl.
It is, man. I love it. Thank you for comparing it to like putting the word Super Bowl and this event. Like, yeah, you're right. I kind of agree with you, man. I think this is going to be a game changer, especially in years to come. I know this is the first one. It's small, but man, I'm excited for the future. And so I don't see him on screen, so I'll wait for. Oh, there he goes. Okay, so the next guest we got on is huge. Right? It's a big get. And he's also, I got to tell you something about this guy before he comes on. And I know that a lot of people, there's split opinions on this man. And I had those split opinions myself. But I got to tell you, after interacting with this man for the last 3 days, if there's one thing I 100% know about Jeremy Corbell is that he checks, double checks, triple checks, and make sure that the verbiage that I'm sending him and he's helping me get to other people is something that he looks at over and over and over before he clicks the send button. So take that for whatever it's worth. I think I'm so excited to grow this relationship with this guy. So without further ado, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Jeremy Corbell. Hello, sir. Welcome.
Hey, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing really, really good, man. This is when we and Michael and I were building the guest lists, and we looked at the 4 o'clock hour, and we said, and UFO Jesus should be here soon. Mr. Ryan Robbins, Post Disclosure World. Yeah. We had Post Disclosure World, Danny Silva, UFO Joe, and Jeremy Corbell, and it was like the murderer's row is what we called it. And speaking of, now the murderer's row is closer to being complete.
UFO Jesus, what's up? Can I just say, hold on, Danny, UFO Jesus, if I can call you that. Michael, Lewis. Lou, this is so cool. Thank you. I can't wait to be talking with all you guys. I want to hear what you have to say. I'm excited.
Awesome, man. Well, we're happy to have you. Ryan, how are you, my dude? I'm so happy you're here.
Good to be here, and it's an honor to be part of this beautiful operation to spread awareness of UFO reality, whatever they may end up being.
Agreed. So we've got one more person in the wing. I don't see her coming up, but she was super excited to talk to you, Jeremy. She's a go-getter. This girl has some really wonderful questions, and her perspectives are amazing. And also, I love having a female voice constantly coming back into the show. So let's go ahead and introduce Miss Cristina Gomez. Hello, Miss Gomez. How are you? Oh, you're muted.
Thanks. Hi there, guys.
Welcome.
Hey.
So guys, this is gonna be a blast. So all we need is UFO Joe, and we're in. So I guess Jeremy, let's start with you. First of all, thank you for the support that you've given this movement. I mean, honestly, without you, I don't know if we would have blown up here in the last 3 days like we have. You really have taken all of your resources and pointed everybody to this direction. So I wanted to get a little bit of why did you decide to do that? Do you think this is an effort worth pursuing? And do you think we're on the right path? Does this help, I guess?
Oh my gosh. This does help. This is the most important time for something like this. I apologize if I wasn't supportive earlier. There's so many things coming at me at all times right now. I was trying to grasp everything as it was coming along. Finally, when we were able to talk, I was like, okay, get it. Tell me exactly what's going on. Make it, pure and clean and easy for me to understand. If I can understand it, anybody can understand it. So what you're doing is really important because it matters right now. So not just you, but what all of you are doing, what you have been doing. But now is a time when it will make a difference. And I hope everybody understands what I'm saying. Is that we're at a unique place. I mean, as you guys all know, like George Knapp, he's been in this game longer than anybody, back from 1989. And here's the deal. He's telling me, I've never seen anything like this. So what you're doing now, uniting everybody face to face, like Danny, this is the first time we've ever seen each other's face, and also UFO Jesus. I mean, it's the first time we've talked forever. This is so cool. So you just bringing people together, it takes away our ability to dehumanize each other. It caught me so off guard that you were like, I've heard so many things about you and they're not true. Anybody that knows me, I don't take that seriously. So the fact there's that disparity between who each of us are and what we're trying to do. The one thing that unites us, we're all interested in finding out more truth about the UFO topic. So I can't say enough, and I don't want to spend this whole time being like, this is so cool. Let's get to the facts. Yeah. But I want to say, this is so cool.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I agree. I think this is so cool. Ryan, your presence, I mean, dude, I feel like your aura, who you are oozes this topic, and everyone knows when you say UFO Jesus exactly who you're talking about. Now, I know it doesn't say UFO Jesus in your thing here, right? So I don't want to keep throwing that name on you, especially if you're trying to distance yourself from it.
No,
but
that's
just
impossible.
It's impossible. Yeah, I think that's impossible. All right, at least we're on the same page there. So dude, just I've gotten to know you here in the last few months, and I feel, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you're a very private person. I don't think it's very easy to get into the Ryan post-disclosure world circle. I mean, this is I mean, at least for me, I was like, man, how am I going to get this guy? Like, he just seems like he's in his own shit. He doesn't want to mess with anybody. He always does a show by himself. He's a one-man machine. And so I was like, but I got to try because I love your philosophies. I love your mind. I love how you articulate yourself. Sometimes we don't always agree, but that's okay. That's fine. Just as long as we could come on this common ground. And this is what I love about today is that we are finding that common ground. And so I just wanted to say thank you for being here. And please tell the world who you are for the folks who don't know you.
Well, I'm Ryan, but I'm also UFO Jesus. I'm also Mr. Post-Disclosure World, and I've been called names that I can't repeat here, or you probably lose your YouTube channel. But, I wanted to be a part of the conversation. That's all it really comes down to. Right. I've never stated that, like, I'm an authority. I mean, I always laugh when, it doesn't happen often, but someone on Twitter will be like, what makes you an authority, man? I'm like, what makes you an NBA basketball player? I never said I was an authority. You never said you were an NBA basketball player. What are you talking about? But I just wanted to be part of the conversation. Because I think this is, in my assessment, this is the biggest historical process of human history. And a lot of people are sleeping. A lot of people have their head in the sand. And I'm like, hell nah. I want to engage this whole process by just voicing my opinion. And I'm lucky enough to have an audience. And that's what drives me. Merely wanting to be part of the conversation. That's about it.
Well, we really love that you're here, man, and yeah, I hope in the near future, maybe you could come on the show and we could just have a one-on-one conversation because I don't think anybody's ever seen that with you. Like, I could be wrong. Has anybody? Wrong. I'm wrong. Okay.
I don't do them often. That's true.
You don't do them often.
I would say I'm such a private person. Maybe I'm slightly shy, and I don't like to bother people. Maybe that's part of it. But I've done it here and there. I've done some interviews, and I think you're going to be very, very soon on the list to fulfill that.
Well, I can't wait, man. So Danny Silva, Super Bowl of ufology, right? How do you? Yeah, at least the Thunderdome, right? So Danny, please just express anything that you're feeling right now. I just want to get your perspective on it, on what's happening.
It's cool, man. You're definitely bringing people together. I come from somewhere where I want to kind of exclude people that I don't think are necessarily what I believe that this topic should be, and that's not always correct. Everyone has different ways of getting at things, and you're bringing everyone together. So that's an important viewpoint too. And I think basically, however we can get to the government and get attention on the subject, you're right. To do it. And specifically, this summer is picked up because of Jeremy releasing this stuff and because of George Knapp releasing this stuff and because of the UAPTF report. That's all we wanted was this promotional run-up to the UAPTF report happening and more eyes on the subject. And that Jeremy and George have kind of chipped in the biggest possible way to get these huge media outlets. My phone's ringing off the hook right now, and I'm not even a big part of it. I wrote about the kid a year ago thanks to Dave Beatty's work, but I wasn't a part of the War Zone article or anything like that. And my phone's even ringing off the hook with all these major media guys I thought I would never speak to. So the run-up to this report is definitely becoming huge. It's becoming great. And no matter what is in this report that comes out, I think the media run-up and the promotion is more than we've even expected now.
Yeah, it's really incredible, and just to be able to see everybody coming together specifically for this event. And I know a lot of folks had asked, well, is it really that important that we get disclosure, or it doesn't really matter what the government thinks? But I think at the end of the day, and we've hit on this like 10 times today, how critical it is to get this topic out of the fringe. We need to be talking about this just like we talk about any other phenomena in nature, right? It's that simple.
Look who just popped in. Oh.
There he is.
He just disconnected. All right, well, he's got some connection issues, I think. So let's see if Joe comes back in here.
Hey, Danny and Ryan, you guys, look, this is really a special opportunity. I'm so glad. I want to hear your voices and see your faces. It's so cool. Christina, I haven't met you yet. I've heard great things about you. Nice to meet you. And Michael, I've been watching what you've been doing, and obviously Lewis. So this is so cool. Let's get Joe on here and let's get down to brass tacks.
Yeah.
There's a lot of bullshit that's being said, and it's just because we haven't thrown punches back yet. None of us. It's time to do that. Let's go.
Agreed.
Let's do it.
Great. Christina, before we get to that exciting part, is there anything you want to add to the conversation?
I hear some weird noise in the background. Sounds like little wet feet on the floor, and I
I'm not sure what it is. Yeah,
find it distracting.
It's somebody's maybe their earphones or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't tell whose it is.
It ain't mine.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not as bad as Dad's. I think it's something we could work through.
Should we mute everyone just real quick, just one at a time?
Yeah, let's try it. I'll mute Ryan. Hello. Okay, I think it might be Ryan.
Ryan.
No, I still hear it.
No. I still hear it. All right, let's try Danny. Hello.
Hello.
Check. It's Danny. All right, Danny. Do me a favor, dude. If you can, pop back in. Let's see if we can get that audio thing straightened out. But thank you for pointing that out, because Christina's a perfectionist, man. She's like, your audio's messed up. Let's fix that. I'm like, all right, yep, you got it. So Christina, let's get Joe in here. Joe, if you can hear me, do me a favor. If you're watching this on YouTube, kill the YouTube feed, because I think we're getting a big echo from you. If you're not watching it onto YouTube, we just have an echo. So do me a favor, back out one more time, re-click the link, and come back in. All right, cool. So I'm sorry, Christina. What would you love to add to this conversation right now?
Yeah. So this is a huge deal, and we're getting over about 70 plus years of knowledge, research, and pioneering just from this show, hearing everyone's feedback and their knowledge and their ideas here. So I'm learning a ton, and I feel like I'm standing on really big shoulders from so many incredible researchers that have been joining on the big phone home today.
Danny, I'm just going to mute your mic because it's still happening, but we're going to keep you in here. And when you do have a point, just unmute it and we'll get your opinion. So just to keep that noise to the minimum, that's what we're going to do. Again, first world problems, first big live stream like this, we're going to have technical issues and we're dealing with them. So we'll figure it out. No big deal. Let's see if UFO. Oh, man, Joe, I'm sorry, but your audio is are you put on some headphones?
I haven't spoken yet. You can't hear me?
No, I can hear myself in your stream.
Really?
Yeah. I think it's headphones. You might need headphones.
All right.
Okay.
Yep,
sorry.
I think that'll do it.
All right, let's get started, guys.
Let's get started. Yeah, do it. Please, Jeremy. Lay it on us, please.
I don't know what to lay on you. I want to hear what's going on with you guys.
Okay, so well, basically, I mean, look, we're getting together because we're trying to engage people. We're trying to encourage people to call their local state representatives. Okay. We've made a call list. We've done everything in our human power to put this in front of the people that need to listen to it, but from a public perspective.
Oh, okay. So check it out. Let's start from the real basics here. The whole point of why I think everybody's coming together today is because we have a common interest, despite any disagreements people have on Twitter. I think we have a common interest, and that common interest is that there is a mystery, and we don't know the answers to it. If someone pretends they know, they're fucking lying. They don't know. And so the whole thing is that we need to investigate the unexplained and not explain the uninvestigated. That's something George Knapp has said over and over and over. And I hear, because I've been trying to avoid everything, but I hear there's all this debate about what's going on recently with the releases George Knapp and I did. Okay, cool. Let's talk about that. Let's have that debate. But the whole thing is, right now, you have a chance, all of us, we have a chance to influence policy, to influence global understanding and acceptance of unknown rather than identifying unidentifieds in a way that is brash and in a way that is disingenuous to the reality of the mystery of UFOs. So that is my kind of war cry right now. is that we are all united on a certain front. How to be effective is to speak about that rather than to debate the billion things we possibly can. What do we want to happen? What I think we want to happen is we want our representatives to represent us. It's as simple as that. And so the way to do that is to, first of all, like, George and I are doing, show them we know more than they think.
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, right, get answers to those things. None of us know what the true nature of the UFO presence on planet Earth is. We don't know. However, there is information that's held back from the American public, and it is time to annihilate completely the opaque nature of these lies that we've been told. We need to have UFO transparency. And that's why I've always loved, like, UFO Jesus. You got your post-disclosure world. What does that look like? What is a post-disclosure world? What is disclosure? I mean, I don't even know at this point. But what I do know is we are all connected in a similar passion, that there is a pioneering field that we can look at, which is that includes a reality much larger than we are contemplating at this time. So that's how I'd like to set the stage.
Yeah, no, I love it. Brian, just because Joe popped in here, I want to get Joe's opinion on that, because I'd love to hear his voice. We haven't heard his voice yet. And Joe, welcome to the stream. Thank you for being here, man. Please, if you can, before you answer what Jeremy just said, if you could just give people a little bit about who you are, and then please share your opinions.
Yeah, thanks, Luis. Thanks for doing this. Great job today. It's been really
thanks, man.
Wonderful day.
Thank you.
I got into the subject in the mid '90s and obsessed over it and believed everything I read. And then over the years, I've developed some discernment, and now I don't know what's going on. That's my final answer. I don't know.
That's a good answer. It's a good answer.
So, I'll speculate all day long, but if I'm talking to somebody brand new, it's like, we have unknown objects of unknown origin. We don't know where they're from, operating with impunity, oversensitive airspace. And it's funny though, because I'll go to work, and I work in television. I usually have big production crews, and I'll bring up the subject and I'll keep it really basic. But 9 times out of 10, they'll say right away, it's like, so what do you think about abductions? So what about interdimensionals? So do you think these are the same thing that's in the Bible? So people are interested in all that other stuff, obviously, so I'll talk about that stuff. But right now, what's going on between Rubio and Warner and some other senators and Ratcliffe and Woolsey and Brennan, it's amazing. I have never seen anything like it in my lifetime. And I know a lot of people are worried that we're not going to get anything with the report. I'll wait and see what's going to happen. I don't have high expectations, so whatever happens, I'll be happy. But I think we're on a really great course right now, and it's exciting. I'm excited. I always get passionate about it. One of the things people say, you get a little too excited, like last year when the New York Times article, you got too excited. You're promoting it too much. I'm like, well, that's just how I am.
What's not to get excited about?
Right. And even when the article came out, I was a little let down, but it's like, this is amazing. They're talking about retrievals of off-world vehicles in the New York Times. So it's amazing. So it's a great time to be alive. Great time to be you guys. And I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go to Danny real quick. I'm going to unmute Danny. Danny, you got any thoughts on that?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, it's a little clicky, but we can hear you. Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you, Danny.
I missed the question.
It's okay. No, Joe was just saying about how it's exciting, how we're getting all of these different officials coming out, senators, and it's a good time to be alive, essentially.
Yeah, and like Jeremy was quoting George, and he's 100% right. He's been doing this for decades, and he's never seen it this quick. Mainly it's thanks to Lue Elizondo and reporters like George and people leaking information like Jeremy and killing it. Debrief is doing great work too. All these people are doing great work. I've had a little part in that, and we've been able to bring information out to the forefront since 2017. It's been crazy. It's been speeding up. It's been going really fast, and we're not sleeping or we're not relaxing. I mean, Joe is bugging the heck out of these sources day in and day out to get this information just so we can put it on blogs. And guess what? The mainstream media is reading our blogs. It's not just the UFO community anymore. They're looking to us for breaking stories. I mean, there's been more than once where I've written something and then later on it's gone viral. I don't need to get credit for it all the time, as long as it goes to the mainstream media after that, or other people start, building upon it. So it's just a great thing. And like I was saying earlier, the run up to the UAPTF report has been amazing. I'm so happy we get to see a bit of the briefing thanks to Jeremy and George. Like, that's so cool. I can't believe people are complaining about getting to see some of the briefings.
Hold on,
with
I got to pause.
Yeah.
I got to pause. Sorry. Danny, just so we're very clear, I did not leak any information. I obtained and released information that was leaked to me, right? So this is, so I know you didn't mean anything by it, but there are people trying to seed these doubts into the public. As a journalist, or let's say George is a journalist. Now, I'm not even a journalist. That's fine. I obtained and released information, unclassified information that I am reporting to you. What is contained within classified information. This is not just stuff going to the UAPTF, though. This is not just that stuff. And you will see that, and I'll show you more. This is after like years of work and all this stuff. This is not like someone from the UAPTF is leaking this out. That is incorrect. And I'm going to clarify that. So somebody else, not somebody, multiple people have reached out to both George and myself, not from the UAPTF, and leaked information, whatever we obtained and are reporting it. Now, what that information shows, that's still open to debate. We can have that debate. I'm making zero claims other than the things like I heard Richard Dolan on here, and I texted him after. He's a friend of mine. No, hold on. I didn't overhype anything. I didn't make up the word pyramid. This was in the classified briefing. I'm reporting that to you. Now, you don't need to trust me. That's why I gave you the date of that briefing. So anybody on the SIPR system or IntelliLink system, every correspondent in major news media, they got insiders that can look at these classified systems. If I said anything wrong, they'll be able to tell you. Pyramid-shaped, unidentified UAPs swarming the Navy warships. I didn't make that up. That was clarified distinctly that these were just observed as triangular shape from the angle of observation. So if you look at the slides I put out, those explain that. So I just want to be so clear. And Danny, you are the most accurate. You, Joe, UFO Jesus, you guys are the most accurate when it comes to what you report. So let's make sure we report this accurately in that sentence. That's really important. I respect you guys so much to keep your words. Words are weapons, right?
Right. And I think that's what's so odd to me is that people are asking for information and you obtained it and provided it how I should word it. And then they're upset about that it came out. And don't blame Jeremy for it. If you disagree with what the briefings have in them, disagree with the government, because it's not Jeremy saying it or George saying it. They're reporting on what the government's saying.
That's an excellent point. And I will also, let me just add to that, Jeremy. When things in this community are making some serious waves, when my mother texts me that video, like whether you, man, again, we're trying to find the common ground. I don't care what you think about Jeremy Corbell. Okay. That's a good thing. When mom is texting you, hey, what's going on with these pyramids? Like, she's not going to dig into, who said what or what the date was. She doesn't give a shit. All she knows is that, hey, this is activating a different part of her brain. And that is a positive direction. That's exactly what we want. So, Jeremy, I don't give a shit what anybody says, how much shit you catch for this, dude. That's again, where Cristina said, standing on shoulders of giants. Like, it's important that we move this conversation forward. You opened with, I don't know what this is. Jeremy's not claiming to know what this is. He's just trying to give you the information as best he can.
Everything I have said is accurate, and it will be proved to be accurate no matter how far you dig into it. And people can twist my words, and they can twist what George and I did, but this is not something willy-nilly. We were able to verify to the highest standards and levels every single word we put out, where other reporting was not only false, it was sloppy. So I just want to make sure you understand that I am defending my position. You look at what I said in those first reports, and no, I'm not playing that anymore. Yeah. Everybody can take a step back and take a moment.
I like this Jeremy Corbell. I like this.
How weird was it the first conversation we had? You're like, oh, you're nothing like people said. Well, you don't know me, so now you're meeting me. Nice to meet you, Lou.
I want to interject and say it's probably good to be skeptical of what people say about others, because a lot of times they're totally wrong. So it's just throwing that out there.
There we go. UFO Jesus dropping the scripture.
Can you clarify, do you know if people saw a pyramid shape with their eyes? Did it say in the report?
Okay, so Joe, I'm going to try to answer you as directly as possible at this time when I can say this. It was clarified very specifically and in detail that what we are observing in that footage used as an educational tool for our armed forces and for our intelligence communities, that what is being observed at the angle of observation was triangle shaped because of the angle, but indeed these were pyramids, and they tried to make a huge distinction as these classified briefings were relayed to me, that these were not known stealth or anything as we know it. That's what it said in the briefing. So can I stand by anything other than that? At this time, I'm going to say no. However, I will say that there's more information that I hope the public will receive. And let's find out. I mean, look, as Lue said in this big conference, some reports are not going to be correct. They're going to be like normal, weird stuff. So I can't answer you definitively. So I'm just not gonna. That's why it took so long to release the dates of the Omaha, because even though it said it in the report, I account for human error. I triple checked the exact specific date. And I didn't say around 11 p.m. I said it went into the water at 11 p.m. So I'm telling you the best of what I know, Joe. And I think that we're going to go further. We are going to go further soon.
Okay, real quick before you answer, Joe, or you have an opinion, we have a really hard out at 4:30 for everyone, because we've got, as you guys, if you look below, yeah, I know. So as you can see below you, we've got some pretty important guests that their time is incredibly limited. So I hate to be rude, but I have to say goodbye to Danny, UFO Joe, Cristina, and Ryan. I thank you deeply, guys, for being here, and I'm sorry this is such an awkward out, because this is Murderer's Row. I mean, I don't want to do this to Murderer's Row. I know this conversation was just about to get really sick, but I want to focus back onto what this event means, and the next person we're having on is going to be a big part of that conversation.
Do you have him in the green room? If you don't have him in the green room,
we do have him in the green room. He's ready to go. He's ready to go. I just don't want to run. You know what we're coming up against, Jeremy. So let's let's table this discussion. Let's maybe continue it in a Twitter chat. But real quick,
Danny Silva, UFO Joe, UFO Jesus. I have love for you. We've kind of got to know each other over this time. Thank you so much. I want to talk more with you guys independently. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much.
And by the way,
nice to meet you.
Cristina, we will be putting you in touch with Jeremy, and I promise you, I know you didn't get a lot of time here, but there's a lot of faces, and we're gonna make that connection happen. I promise you. All right, but thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Cristina. I cannot thank you guys enough. So we'll see you next time. All right.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Cool.
Should do a panel style and bring all these folks back another time.
Right. No, absolutely. No, it would be killer. Oh, man, it bums me out that we didn't get into really more of that.
Those guys need more time. Those three guys
I
know, they've spent so much time working on this stuff. Yeah.
we'll get it.
Do it later.
We'll do it later. All right, so let's bring on this next gentleman because we don't have a lot of time because he's a busy man. So Mr. Brandon Fugal, thank you so much for being here, man. I know you have a busy schedule. Thank you, Jeremy, for setting up the connection. I put a dream list of people that I wanted to come to the show, and the next two guests were on the dream list, and you were one of them, sir. So I know we've got a new season of Skinwalker Ranch coming. I'm not going to talk about that, okay? But because I really want to pick your brain on what you've done politically to forward this discussion. By the way, we're going to be doing a season reviews of the Skinwalker Ranch every single episode. So hopefully maybe we can get you back and talk about an episode. That'd be a lot of fun. I'm sorry. Let's get to the real hard questions here. So Mr. Fugal, I really am curious because I know, first of all, you have the access, you have the power, you have the influence to really get into some of these offices that average citizens would die to get into. I know you've done some incredible political activism when it comes to the senator, the governor, and congressman in the state of Utah. So I wanted to get your expertise, if I can, in the short time that we have. What did you learn in those conversations? How the things that you learned in those conversations, how can you pass them on to an average citizen of Utah to get themselves encouraging and activated within their local and state reps? I hope that question makes sense. I know there's a lot going on there, but if you can, please, sir.
You bet. Well, it's a pleasure to be with you and everyone else. I think this is a really important topic. And when Jeremy reached out to me last night to join with supporting this effort, I took his call seriously. And of course, consider Jeremy a dear friend. He and George Knapp have been really, I think, vital to opening the dialogue and elevating the discussion regarding these topics. It's no secret that we've engaged with, senators, with the governor, and with even the attorney general's office relative to the reality of the phenomena. And, I think as a prelude to that, one of the things that was most surprising to me as the owner of Skinwalker Ranch was after a period of time of my ownership and stewardship of the property, we were summoned to Washington, D.C. to give testimony and to brief some very important people relative to what we were observing, recording the data that we are collecting at this very unique piece of property. And that discussion propelled me in my investigation and has really, I think, given us some fuel, at least knowing that there is support at a high level to bring these topics forward and to acknowledge the reality of them. I was just speaking last week with Senator Mike Lee, who is looking forward to a briefing relative to the ranch and even visiting this unique piece of property. And why is this important? Well, for whatever reason, this seems to be a center of gravity for the phenomena, whether there's some type of interstellar superhighway or wormholes or portals that exist that allow for transit and interactions to occur. I mean, we're trying to get to the bottom of that, but I think Senator Lee is going to be engaging with this soon in this dialogue on site. Senator Curtis, Representative Curtis is another that is a dear friend with interest in these topics, and of course Congressman Chris Stewart, who has an incredible career and background in aerospace. So we have an incredible delegation here in Utah that is not only supportive, but I think interested in elevating the dialogue. And I applaud your efforts with the program here and this effort, this activism that is bringing these topics to the forefront in a serious way. This is no longer the realm of jokes and something where you have to show the X-Files soundtrack as a prelude to every newscast that features these topics. I mean, now people are really acknowledging the reality. So ask me anything,
Yeah. Well, I could just say, please do me a favor. If you're a person who's going on a newscast and you hear the X-Files music in your ear, hang up. Hang up and tell them to call you back when they want to have a serious conversation. I'm serious. I think that's something that the media, us as people who want the access and want to get the story out there, if that's the way they're going to start the interview, I think you should either A, kindly tell them never to do that again if you want to be back on, or B, just hang up. Because this no longer a tinfoil hat discussion, and I'm glad you brought that up. So specific, Michael, did you have any questions?
I did. Well, I had a quick question for Brandon. So specifically, when it comes to the observed phenomena that has been reported from Skinwalker Ranch, what is the thing that you're most focused on right now? Like, what specifically has your attention?
Well, we're bringing a level of focus and scientific rigor to every stage of the investigation. I mean, more than anything, the instrumentation needed in order to properly document the reality of the phenomena. And it's not just, having dozens of cameras with thermographic imaging and night vision. It's much more than that. It's having, active radar. It's having, infrasonic sensors and other devices on site in order to monitor everything. I think a lot of people would be surprised to hear that we have our own weather station and our own avionics receiving platform on site in order to really, I think, be able to separate the signal from the noise. And I think with that serious, commitment to professionalism and scientific rigor, we've been able to see, I think, some real interest from not only high-ranking people, that represent us in government channels, but also, television programs. I mean, primetime TV. We had KSL Television out this past year to do an investigative report on the ranch, and of course, gave them the disclaimer that it was likely they wouldn't see anything unusual when they came out. That I myself didn't see anything unusual for the first 6 months of owning it, at least with my own eyes, and the entire crew and the lead investigative reporter for KSL Television was shocked to actually observe right in front of their noses phenomena that happened, including UFO activity over the ranch. And it's not just UFO activity, it's UFO activity that correlates with electromagnetic anomalies and other data. And I think that's where to answer your question directly, the data is leading us down certain paths in order to validate and bring forward, I think, the most compelling evidence of the reality of the phenomena.
Well, that was an amazing answer. So, Mr. Fugal, this is probably going to be the last question, just because we're up against a time crunch, and I know you don't have a lot of time. So, if you can speak to the people of Utah and maybe the rest of our constituency outside of the state of Utah, what is the best thing for a citizen to do to get a congressman or a senator? I know I've already tweeted at Congressman Stewart and Senators Curtis and Lee, or excuse me, Congressman Curtis and Lee, Senator Stewart. What would be your piece of advice to the American people to really move this forward, this discussion forward politically?
Yeah, I think contacting your representatives, asking them to support efforts for disclosure. I think this will advance, our understanding of the world around us as human beings. I think, what we're also seeing really constitutes, to some degree, a violation of our airspace. And I don't want to go all fearful here. I mean, I know that there are a lot of opinions on these topics. But one of the reasons why I think our effort and our investigation has captured the attention of people back in D.C. and even the Attorney General's office is because we're observing phenomena that has the ability to literally violate our airspace, to come and go indiscriminately and utilize technology that frankly defies any conventional explanation. And I think getting our minds wrapped around that and better understanding what the implications are. I mean, this is a national security issue, yes, as well as really the next frontier, or understanding the next frontier for mankind. And so, you've heard, us pontificate on our series. I mean, we believe that this is the greatest science project of our time. But, to speak to what Jeremy and others have been doing, recently. I mean, these topics are very serious, and I think for the first time, the general public is finally, I think being made aware of the reality of these things. It's not the realm of science fiction, and it's thank goodness you're able to bring the topic to the public in a way that I think transcends the typical tongue-in-cheek, jokey nonsense that we've all had to endure in the past. So it's serious stuff, and I appreciate the good journalism taking place and the focus that has been placed on it.
Hey, we really appreciate it, Mr. Fugal, for you stopping by. I hope, Jeremy will put us in contact. I'd love to have you back on the show, have a much longer form discussion, and maybe even convince you to lose the tie.
Oh, hey, maybe if I get crazy.
I want to get a little crazy with Brandon Fugal. So, So I really, honestly, sir, thank you for stopping by. I know your time is valuable. Time is money, especially in your world. So we'll talk soon.
Hey, very good, and good luck to you with the rest of the program, and thank you for your efforts, Jeremy.
Thank you, Brandon.
Hopefully, we'll be together soon in Beverly Hills in your neck of the woods or something.
Well, that's my neck of the woods.
We're going to be at the ranch with a big pit of fire digging up the earth, Brandon.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, looking forward to it, gentlemen. Have a good one.
Yes,
Take
sir.
care.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, so we don't got a lot of time, so let's bring this next guest right in, because this is one of my favorite people. Well, he's a hero of mine, okay? Because I'm a improv comedian, and weirdly enough, Mr. Foley, I know you don't remember this, okay? And that's okay. That's fine.
Are you so sure?
I'm pretty sure. Well, you're a pretty brilliant guy, so we do have a picture together, so I could prove it. So you're one of your good friends, I'm sure, and castmate, Mr. Scott Thompson, had shot a film called The Immigrant.
The Immigrant, and
Okay, you do remember, man. Well, I can't believe this is where we've come from. I mean, that was about 7 or 8 years ago, so it's really fun that you're here.
Yeah, you were a baby.
I was a baby. Yeah, you should no mustache.
You played the part of the baby. I actually remember carrying you around. I think you threw up on me at one point. But,
it was the highlight of my career. So, Mr. Foley,
I got to say, first, I'm pissed because I was really going to try and smooth Brandon Fugal to let me come to Skinwalker, but now I took a shot.
I was told not to cross the streams.
I'm pretty sure that I could drug you and put you in a suitcase. You're gonna be okay.
So Dave.
Okay. Can you guys hear me? Okay, because I'm getting. You guys are kind of garbled in my ear, but you're hearing me all right.
It's a little glitchy.
We hear you great. You're jumping a little bit, but that's okay. Let's just power through it.
All right, I'm getting some interference here from something.
First world problems, Dave. It's all good. We're dealing with them as we go. So I had a question for you. Are you a citizen of the United States, or are you still considered a Canadian citizen?
Well, I'm still just a Canadian citizen.
Okay.
I'm a green card holder. I keep after the Trump election, I started thinking, I should really get citizenship because it's just not safe in this country if you're not a citizen. So I think I'm gonna finally become a citizen.
Well, the reason why I ask is because obviously this whole day is about getting in contact with your local and state representatives, and so from your aspect, if you can give the Canadian people maybe some laughs, but also some inspiration into how maybe they could contact the Canadian, would it be Parliament?
It would be Parliament. Yeah, you'd have your local member of Parliament, your provincial government, or the federal government. Yeah, so you have the member of Parliament that you can contact to encourage a little transparency.
What's the current climate, Dave, when it comes to the government and the mainstream media in Canada on this topic?
There's a lot of X-Files theme being played here, and it is.
I've heard that like 7 times today. Yeah.
Oh, the thing you got to understand about the media is they really think they're clever. And every single one of them that runs the X-Files thing thinks they're the only ones that thought of it.
Right.
And they go, and they think the people coming on to talk are going to love it. They're going to, they're going to recognize this.
I just want to make a quote right now, Dave. I just want to make sure everybody sees this.
I guess you can't win.
Can't win like ever. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh man, I love it. I don't know how you found that clip so quickly, man, but that's good on you. I should make you a producer.
Like a long time ago, and I'm spreading it. It's the best.
Yeah.
So, Dave, what is the first thing that you noticed about this topic that really piqued your interest and sent you down this path of discussing and talking about this?
Well, probably the first thing that piqued my interest was Terry Nation's really bad TV series in the 70s called UFO. The early 70s. Terrible. The guy who made Thunderbirds Are Go made this live action series.
Right.
I used to watch that. So I've always kind of been interested in UFOs. But then started taking it a little more seriously in the late 90s when the Phoenix Lights incident happened. And kind of was looking into that and was never satisfied with any of the explanations. Trying to pass off tens of thousands of people seeing a giant triangular craft as flares. It didn't seem to make sense to me. And then so that got me thinking about a lot. And then there was the French Cometa report that came out in late 90s, early 2000s. I can't remember now.
Yep.
That were basically the French government came out and said our military and our scientists have gotten together and the UFOs are real. They said it in French, of course, which makes it sound more romantic.
Right.
you were a skeptic, debunker.
I wasn't.
No, hold on. You made comedy skits against UFOs.
I made jokes. I did jokes about UFOs, which I shouldn't have done.
And then you wrote to Joe. You wrote to our buddy Joe Rogan, and you're like, "Good news, I'm into it now." And he's like, "I'm done with it." So be honest. You have to repent.
No, I was. The thing is with Joe and I was into UFOs. I believed in UFOs back in the 90s. Although I did do sketch Our Extraterrestrials Dull for the Kids in the Hall show.
Which was amazing. Don't ever apologize for that. Please don't apologize for that.
And I did I sort of will apologize for the anal probe sketch. but in my defense, it wasn't so much about aliens as how I felt about doing the Kids in the Hall show after 5 years.
Right.
It was about what seemed like the futility of doing sketch comedy, and performing anal probes seemed like a good metaphor.
I think you nailed it. I was going to say we got about 4 minutes with you left, Dave. So,
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. It's fine. We're going to have you back. Maybe someday down the road, we can have again a longer form discussion and have a little more fun with this. But you did mention Kids in the Hall, and I'd be remiss to say, I mean, of course, I'm sure you hear this a lot. It was a big part of my childhood. I remember it being on HBO. And then, of course, I would come home from high school and watch the reruns over and over and over and over. And I still have the DVDs. It's honestly shaped a lot of my humor. And so with that said, I know you guys are getting back together. You're putting the band back together.
We're back together right now. Well, I'm in Toronto right now working with them.
Yeah.
Although I'm in quarantine right now for 14 days.
Yeah.
But so I'm actually working. Kevin McDonald's apartment is right next to mine, and we had to work on Zoom the other day.
Wow.
We're 10 feet apart. But yeah, we're doing 8 episodes for Amazon that should be on by the end of the year.
Oh man, I cannot wait. Can I ask you, are you guys, is this going to be a one-off thing, or are you guys going to try and, I don't know, get the band together maybe once a year?
I don't know. I mean, we tend to get together every 3 to 5 years to do something. We tend, we'll get together and do like a live tour. We did a mini series for the CDC about 10 years ago. But usually about every 3 to 5 years, we'll start to get itchy for doing something together. Yeah. And so I think that'll probably keep happening until
God,
we're just too old
I
to
hope
do
so.
it.
I hope so. Michael, do you want to ask one last question? We got a couple minutes here.
Do we really?
Yeah, we got 2 minutes.
It could be UFO themed if you want.
Yeah.
Absolutely, if we could do UFO themed. So I want to know what Dave Foley thought about the images and videos obtained and released by Jeremy Corbell.
Great question.
I thought they were fantastic, and I was fortunate in that Jeremy showed them to me before he released them, which was fantastic. And and as I said, I've known Jeremy. We met after I got Joe Rogan back into UFOs. One of the things I made Joe watch was Jeremy's film about Bob Lazar, and that's one of the things that got Joe going again. And then Jeremy heard that, and we became friends after that. Obviously, I think the pyramid videos is probably the biggest focus of attention on the subject since the 2017 video was released, since the Tic Tac video. And it's getting just so much mainstream coverage.
I wonder
it's
what
amazing.
else is next that you've seen.
I wonder too, Jeremy.
I wonder too.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Why would you throw that ticking time bomb into this room, Corbell?
Because I've heard rumors that there are 9 videos that have yet to be released.
Yeah, well, here's what I know about Jeremy Corbell and his very good friend George Knapp, is they are very meticulous about making sure they have all their facts straight, and that they know what they're releasing and what the provenance of it is, and what the classification of it is if it's a government source. And I know that Jeremy is not a person who's just seeing a video and then posting it on YouTube. It's a very methodical and meticulous process that those guys go through before they tell anything. So I know anytime Jeremy tells me something, I know he's been sitting on it for a long time.
Yeah. Well, with that said, Mr. Foley, we've run out of time. But man, I love seeing your smiling face. It was honestly one of the highlights of my entire life, not only being auditioned by Scott Thompson, but then to be put in his film and then to learn that you were in there as well. Honestly, man, I cannot even tell you what I got to work with 2 of my idols.
Thank you.
And I know that's
thank you. And thank you for doing this. I've been watching this on YouTube all day long today.
Awesome, man. That's so cool. So cool. Well, again, thank you for stopping by. We'll again, I'm going to be hounding Jeremy to make sure we get all of these friends back. But we'll talk to you soon, sir. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Thanks a lot. Yeah. Thanks for having me on. Bye, guys.
All right. Bye-bye. So, Jeremy.
Such a funny dude. My God.
Jeremy.
Lou.
You have absolutely sent this show into the stratosphere, my friend.
That's great. You guys are doing a great thing.
And I want to also double down on what Dave Foley just said about you checking and double checking. And I opened your introduction with this. When I was sitting there sending you links and emails and the wording of things, you're just like, just to be clear, this is what we're doing. This is how it's being said. And just the checking and the double checking. Again, like, I love your passion. All right. And I think you're doing a lot of fun, awesome stuff. You're changing the collective consciousness, whether people agree with you, whether they don't. You're changing the conversation in a way that everybody wants it to be changed. So thank you. Okay.
Yeah, let's open the conversation. Let's open the books. Let's all work together. Doesn't matter our little disparages, our little differences. Doesn't matter. There's a bigger picture here. We all got to work together. And I hope everybody keeps a positive attitude to do that, because we will be effective as a group to positively reinforce this idea that not only do we have a right to know, we have a need to know, we have a duty to find out about UFOs. Thank you so much for having me. You guys, I'm a fan. Thank you. Anytime you need, let's do this. Let's have this conversation. Thanks for having it. I appreciate it. I'm out. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, my man. Thank you.
Pleasure, Jeremy.
Okay, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Wow. Michael
Dude,
Mataluni.
what the? I'm speechless. And you can ask my mother, who's in the chat. That's never happened before.
That you're speechless?
That I'm speechless. But I have nothing to say.
I wish we could get your mom in here. Maybe we could get her opinions on this. Oh, man. Okay, well, it seems like we got a 2-minute sort of buffer here. Man, boy.
That was fire.
Oh, that was fire. And boy, that was some hell of a producing, right?
Great job, Brandon Fugal. I mean, so it sucked that we had to get. I mean, we had such a powerful group of voices. It sucks that we had to, move them out of the conversation but my God, what an amazing panel style discussion this has been. Can you imagine just doing this on a more consistent basis, shorter shows with more people and kind of a panel style?
How killer would it be? And I think we could set something like this up. Get a Ryan Robbins, Post Disclosure World, UFO Jesus. Get a Jeremy Corbell, get a Danny Silva, hopefully with a little bit better mic and connection. Get a Joe Murgia, because I thought his question was so damn good. And I honestly, that could have been maybe the entire 8 hours just with those guys. And then you throw in the icing on the cake with Cristina, who, by the way, is keeping really sharp eye on the production quality of this stream. I love her, man. Like she's killing it. And I felt bad because she didn't ask, she didn't get we got a lot of faces, man. We're trying our best and I'm sure she understands, but I can assure her, I promise her, and we're going to get her in touch with the people that she wants to get in touch with. And I can't wait to see what she does with it.
But what a pleasure, man. What amazing people, really wanting to come together. And you mentioned this several times about how people can get on Twitter and they can just attack each other. But the long form conversation is critical if we're going to have any sort of, group effort, to get anything done and to get the data released. And again, at the end of the day, it's all about the truth. It's not about anything other than that.
Agreed. I mean, so as of right this second, I guess we're still waiting on some.
We don't have nobody's in the green room.
We got nobody in the green room. This is the first time all day.
Well, my wife just brought me a beer, so I'm gonna kick back
and drink a beer while
do you have any questions for me, Luis? Just fire away.
Yeah. How's this day been for you, Michael?
Amazing.
Amazing. This has been, and look, while we got some time to kill here, let's just go ahead and bring up this screen because I just haven't had a chance to do it today. But I want to make sure that we talk about our list, our downloadable list. And I just want to show everybody what it looks like because we haven't done it yet. Because you're welcome. We just had the most killer, possible live stream on the planet Earth. Let me hold on a sec. I'm just trying to open the right folders here. Let me put this here. Okay, so as you can see, I got my Big Phone Home contact list here. Let me blow this up. All right, so here's the UFO Big Phone Home contact list. When you click this, you're going to see Congress UAP list. You'll see every single state all the way down to Wyoming. If you don't see your state, it's because your congressmen don't serve on the one of 6 targeted committees that we have in our list. So, for example, I'm in the state of California, and here we go. We got every single district in the state of California that's part of one of 6 committees. And then, for example, let's say you want to open Barbara Lee, who's in the 13th district. She's part of the Appropriations Committee. When you click on her offices, you get a picture of her DC office right here with her phone number that pops up. Hold on, for some reason it's popping up on the wrong screen. It's popping up on the wrong screen. That's okay, but you get the idea. You see right here that you see a picture. It's got their phone number, the office's hours, the address to the office, and then you go to Twitter. Oh, by the way, we got her district office as well. So we not only have the DC office, we have her district offices as well on there. And then you could go to her Twitter account and hit her up on Twitter. So you got a trifecta of ways to contact these people, and it's a very, very easy, simple way to do it. Now, my favorite part, and I think the part that a lot of people should focus on, is the senators, because the senators, I think, have the real power, or at least, they wield a lot more than a congressman. So here we have our 6 committees: Appropriations, Armed Services Committee, Space Science and Tech, Transportation, Homeland Security, Judiciary Committee, and the Science Intelligence Committee. I want to concentrate on the Commerce, Science, and Space because you're like, well, what does Commerce, Science, and Space have to do with UAPs? Well, I mean, if you can't figure that out, I don't know what to tell you. But inside this committee, you've got 2 subcommittees. So you've got Aviation Safety, which is very much a UAP issue. And then you've got space science and tech. And then inside, so you go in the Aviation Safety Committee, you'll see majority members, which will be the Democrats, and then you'll see minority members, which will be the Republicans. And again, you'll see these folders here. All of the same information that was in the congressional list is also in these folders. So yeah, I mean,
real quick, alien scientists.
I saw that. I'm going to send them a tweet right now. I mean, it should be in your email. It's the second stream. I guess we might be having that problem with the other two guests that are supposed to be joining us too. So Michael, give me a second and let me make sure these guys get this.
No problem. Yeah, I had the same issue just because email is so hairy. I had so many emails. Right. I didn't even see your email until I texted you today. So if you type in Luis in your email, if any of our guests are listening and you type Luis, Luis, into your email, you'll probably find the email pretty quickly. And we're in the second stream. Yeah. There is the Undead Gaucho.
Yeah,
what's up, brother?
Gaucho. And we should have I check your Twitter, Jeremy. So it should be in your Twitter account. I just sent it to you, bud. Gaucho, welcome, brother. How are you?
I'm good, man. I jumped in early. I heard you guys were.
That's okay. No, we did you jump in early? Are we a half hour off? What's going on? You're in the last hour. You just jumped in because you want to. Thanks, dude. Look at you. What a gentleman.
He's like, I feel dead air coming. I'm gonna save these gentlemen.
Nah, I just said, you know what? I'm gonna get in there and make sure that everything works when I go on, and then I popped up on the screen. So, what's up, guys? How's everybody?
What's happening? Please, guys, talk because I'm gonna also tweet at Carl Anderson because I think
while you do that, so you told us to talk, but he's going to keep talking in the background while we chat. So, no, I'm just curious. I brought this up earlier. I'm very curious about your Twitter handle and where that came from. And then I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. Sorry. I'm curious. Yeah, go for it. And I'm also curious about your YouTube channel and kind of what inspired you to get started.
Okay, cool. Those are great questions. Obviously, because my YouTube name, the channel name, and my Twitter handle is I Get It. People are like, what does that even mean? Well, Gaucho is like a Argentinian cowboy. And my roots, or where I am, is in Argentina, even though I was born and raised in Los Angeles, and I lived there till I was 20. I came here kind of on vacation. I met a girl. I fell in love, stayed here. Story ends there, and I was kind of just winking at my culture, I was like, okay, so what is the name of the channel going to be? And the Undead Gaucho, I'm a big fan of horror films and zombies and all that kind of stuff. And I also kind of winked at the idea that because I was gone from LA, like a lot of people might be like, oh, he's dead. He disappeared. And I'm like, no, I'm the Undead Gaucho. So
love it.
It just kind of stuck. And then I said, well, I'm not going to change it because I'm talking about high strangeness and the paranormal and UFOs and things like that. Might as well keep it. It's a perfect name. What inspired me really originally to start the channel was I am really into cinematography and filmmaking and photography. And I just started in that sense, like, hey, I got to start doing this. And then my interest took over. My interest just took full control. It was like a Frankenstein experiment. Hey, guys. And yeah, that's kind of the whole story. It's not, I don't have a big Batman background story. Like a lot of people are experiencers, and I love my experiencers. I love them all. I think they're amazing. But I have had strange experiences happen to me, but nothing where I could say like that I've seen a physical UFO or a craft like that. So I'm the everyday average Gaucho, basically.
Well, we like the everyday average Gaucho. So real quick, let's just say hello to Jeremy Reese, alien scientist in the room. Welcome, my friend. Oh, you're muted. Nope, nothing. All right. Well, while Jeremy's figuring that out, let's welcome Carl. Which, by the way,
how's it going?
Carl Anderson and Jeremy Reese. Man, I got you guys confused all hell. I thought Jeremy Reese was Science is Religion, and I thought Science was Religion was Carl Anderson. I got you guys confused. So it's fun. It's fun that it's even better for me now that you're both in the stream. I'm sure not to get anyone confused. So Carl, welcome, man. Thank you for being here. Can you tell the people out there a little bit about your channel or the things that you're doing to bring more awareness to this topic?
Basically, I really got into this back in, I'd say, 2017 with all the WikiLeaks and the Tom DeLonge thing. And I got on Twitter, and my biggest thing on Twitter, I've always thought, is to try to bring people together, like a unity. You know, I hate to say it, but sometimes you almost need a referee. Yeah. And you see things start to escalate, and I try to kind of bring them down a little bit, and, you know, offer two sides, you know. No, I love, and that's why you're here, man, you know, because I love that perspective you bring and the level-headedness that you could bring to this discussion, you know, because you're right. I think, and I was talking to Jeremy about this the other day when he was on the show. You know, the problem with Twitter, man, it does make the world a lot smaller. It makes us able to communicate with each other across vast distances very, very quickly. But what tends to happen is we talk past each other. We end up talking past each other. A lot of things get lost in context, especially when it comes to a 150, you know, character tweet. I think it's caused a lot of problems within this community because we talk past each other. We don't listen to one another. And all we're doing is furiously texting our point as opposed to actually absorbing what in the not only the context, but what that person is trying to say. And I think a lot of times people just blow past that and immediately go right to their point. Maybe they don't even address the first thing that was brought up. So let's see if we got Jeremy. Is your mic? Do we got your mic going?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, sir. Welcome. Awesome. So real quick, Jeremy, if you can tell folks who you are, what your channel is, and how excited you are, but you know, to be part of this crazy day where we're all making phone calls and asking for more information.
Thanks, Lewis. Yeah, your awesome job putting this together. By the way, this is just what we needed in ufology as a kind of a political action and a rallying point where we can all get behind. I kind of liken this to the water truce of the Jungle Book, you know, where all the animals in the forest come together at the watering hole and agree, you know. And I kind of feel like Shere Khan in some ways, you know, when showing up here at the conference, because I am sort of on the debunking side of a lot of this sometimes, but I'm only doing it for the good of the community. And skeptics and debunkers are your friends, and we're trying to bring this conversation to scientists and to professors and academics and get this most serious people taking this more seriously, because we're fighting against a 70-year, disinformation campaign that was admitted to by the U.S. government. They've essentially spread lies about this for 70 years. So we're fighting against that to try to gain credibility when they've ridiculed this subject and sort of try to ostracize it from science. So I'm trying to merge that and bridge that gap between the scientific community, mainly the physics community, and the alternative propulsion community, which seems to be there seems to be a lot of overlap if you look through the history with Thomas Townsend Brown and some of these other individuals who are involved in some of the alternative propulsion research. They were also sort of connected to the UFO research, because there's a curious kid inside of all of us that wants to believe that there's something more out there, and there could be invisible aliens flying around, and there could be advanced science that we don't really know about yet in our textbooks and our universities. And maybe we can maybe that if that just enlightens one person out there to start studying science and start going into these fields, then I feel like I've done my job. And I've already over the years have gotten people who've written to me saying, hey, I went to school and decided to study engineering or physics because I saw your videos talking about alien technology and the possibilities for, light craft and space travel and warp drives and all this real physics and real science that's sort of, it's there in the, it's there, and it's a lot of it's worked its way out in the last 3 years, which is really awesome. So much has happened in the last 3 years. the amount of information that's come out through these organizations and through the fight of all the people that are involved in this right now, and pushing for further disclosure, because we're not done yet. And I have a feeling that even after this UAP task force report comes out, we're still not going to be done, and the fight's gonna sort of linger on for all of us, as far as we're all in this to try to find the truth. I hope.
Yeah. Can I cut in for a sec?
Yes, please.
I was just going to say, without the skeptics and the scrutineers, we're just an echo chamber. Mm-hmm. We need that. We really do. We don't need total debunking. I mean, if something's fake, it's fake, right? But I just think that without the people looking hard at the hard data and just putting the feet to the fire, we just turn into an echo chamber. So I think there's a place for all of that. It should.
There's been a lot of positivity and brotherhood and everything here, and we're all animals in the jungle together. But if the predators don't take out the weak members of the herd, then the whole herd gets weak, and everyone suffers. So,
well, good thing we're not good thing we're not a herd of animals.
I'm looking over my shoulder.
Well, I can tell you this. Jeremy. Honestly, man,
there's quite a bit of sheep herding.
I can tell you, Jeremy. I really, really, really enjoyed the analogy you just laid out. The watering hole in the jungle, and you feel kind of like Khan joining people in the drink. And I got to tell you, man, I love that positive outlook. I think that's a great way to look at it. We're all thirsty. Okay. We all got to drink out of the same hole. And thankfully we're not a bunch of animals that have to remove the weak. We just say, all right, you can drink your water, and when you're ready, you can go back out into the forest and die.
Fortunately, in this game, we don't have the finality of death to it's not like, the consequences that you just learn a lesson and then you get better, right?
Yeah.
Just get better.
So real quick, I just want to welcome Jay from Project Unity. We thought he wasn't going to be able to make it, and he's like, "Hey man, you want me to come in?" I'm like, "Yeah, that would be great. That would be great."
I'm so sorry I had to cancel off on you before. It's been a crazy day, but I literally just got back. I turned on the live stream. I was like, "Oh, they're still talking. I'm going to try and jump in." So it's great to see you all.
Dude, I'm so happy you were able to make it. So Jay, real quick, if you can, just tell the people a little bit about yourself, what you do, and you maybe even what got you to this topic.
Yeah, no worries. So I'm one of the younger guys. I've only been doing this seriously for probably about a year and a half, if that. I got into this subject through a lot of strange synchronicities and coincidences that just kind of led me down this route. It did result in me having my own contact in some way. I had my own experiences, and so that kind of solidified my ideas and my goals to try and talk about this and articulate it. And I've been really fortunate in the way that I've been able to luckily network with some amazing people, have some amazing interviews, and I'm just really happy to be here adding to the conversation.
How do you feel that the effort in the UK is going?
Well, I mean, it could definitely be going a bit better. I mean, the mainstream media response has been crickets, pretty much. There isn't much going on here, and I'm hoping that discussions like this and further discussions that we have can help push that forward. But you've got the guys over at UAP Media in the UK, which are doing amazing work and doing these fantastic articles, and people like myself who are just trying to add to that conversation. But yeah, I have hope for the future when it comes to the UK response to this. But we need to get on the ball, especially our mainstream media, because we're going to get left in the dust otherwise.
Yeah, I can't disagree there. Michael, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, here we are, our everything that we're all trying to do, whether it's in the UK or in Canada or here in the US, is for the same reason, right? This is a global phenomena. This is not something that is specific to any region of the planet. Now, Brandon Fugal might argue with me on that. It's all happening here, baby.
Oh, there might be some hot spots.
But that being said, this is something that, and you brought up this earlier, Luis, how this is something that can actually unite people, right? It doesn't have to be something that tears us apart. There's really I don't think any everybody, from a political perspective, this is really a partisan issue. It is rather bizarre that right-wing news outlets are more likely to report on it, but CNN starting to report on it and things like that as well. But that being said, man, I just appreciate everybody who's here today and everybody who's listening, because you guys are really what it's all about. Like, we can all, I'm literally in my bedroom. Like, it looks cool because, it's trickery, it's smoke and mirrors. At the end of the day, we're all just here to get the message out, but it's up to the people who are listening to be motivated enough to get out there and ask your representatives to do what it takes to get the information. And
I'm in my basement, but it's not my mom's basement. In case you wonder what that window is up there.
You just threw this whole conversation right back into the Dark Ages, Carl.
I know. That's a chance you take. Sorry. Oh yeah, by the way.
Oh yes, hell yeah, Dan Zetterstrom, man, I love it. Yeah, I had to patch it fill down. I got to figure out a better way to attach this thing.
I don't think if it weren't for Mom's basement, this field wouldn't exist.
Not at all. Not at all.
I
said the same thing like 12 times today, so I'm ready to shut up.
Wait, Jeremy, what did you say?
I said if it weren't for Mom's basement, this field wouldn't exist.
Agreed. Totally agreed, man.
We've all got to start out somewhere.
I think it wouldn't shock me if the first conversation on this actually happened in someone's mother's basement. So that's fun. Gaucho, my dude, how I don't even know what question I'm going to ask. This is our 7 going on. But how are you feeling about the day? I know you live in Argentina. So it's a little different for you to get in touch with representatives there. Are you still able? I don't know. What's your citizenship? Can you still contact representatives in the States?
I've got the list. I've got an app to call, and I've been trying to call. I've been doing my part today.
Yeah,
and I've been watching you guys all day. And let me tell you, man, I am so happy about this.
Me too. Yeah.
When you guys, when this is done, Luis, I'm sure you're gonna lay down. You're gonna be like, "Oh, what a long day," and it's gonna hit you, man. You have pulled something off with this.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Hey, I can't do it without you guys. This is all of ours. This is not just mine. This belongs to everyone.
Amazing, man. Literally, when I was hearing people tell you how good this was, and how happy they were to be all talking, and this conversation was just happening. And it was something that I always say is like, we need to work together. And here's a good example of how, if we just sit down and we talk, and we don't get crazy, we can literally just have a conversation about the phenomenon. And I was getting like emotional when I was hearing people tell you like, "Oh, this is amazing." I was like, man, because it was amazing. You had Richard Dolan on, you had Jimmy Church on, you had Jeremy Corbell on, you had so many amazing, all of us, everybody, the whole community was here. And I respect everyone that came on tonight, everyone. And for me, this was like epic. It was like, I was telling my wife, it's like UFO Woodstock. I was like,
yeah. Well, I loved what Silva said. He called it the Super Bowl of UFOs or something like that.
Okay, so I have a question for the panel, and I think this is important because Luis and I have been kicking this around. He said, next year, the hashtag is so long, the big phone home. But I want to ask you guys, because I'm not going to tell you what I think. I want to know from you guys what you think about the name, and if we should keep it or change it.
Change it.
Keep it.
Look at you, classic UFO community. Can't agree on one fucking thing. Just unbelievable. Well, I can tell you the reason why. I mean, the one I remember when, and this again, this goes back to Sean Cahill. When we were having discussions as far as what we're going to do to start, when we started first rolling the ball on the organization of this, everybody's like, the big phone home. Why are you calling it that? I'm like, because we're calling our house. We're calling our House of Representatives, and it's a fun tagline, you know. Like, yeah, it tells people what to do within the name, right? And I remember Sean's face. He's like, yeah, I don't like it. It makes me think of E.T. And I'm like,
I got that too. Yeah,
you know, like, okay, that makes sense, you know. So that's something we're gonna discuss come, you know, these next 11 months and 30 days we have to decide, you know, hey, do we want to change the name of this? Do we want to make this a little more? I know Gaucho hates the idea. I feel like
I want to hear what Gaucho has to say.
Yeah, what do you got, Gaucho?
I want to say one thing.
Yeah,
dude, the big phone home rocks. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's good.
So,
yeah.
It doesn't matter the name that you call it.
Doesn't.
You know, what matters is that we're calling our senators with the best information possible, and we're starting serious discussions on this. And maybe it's important to try to build it around, you know, things that they care about, like budgetary finances. You know, like one of the things I mentioned in my report is quantum gravity. We should be quantum radar. Sorry. Not quantum gravity. That's also in my report. But quantum radar will tell us, will show us invisible objects. So I'm thinking that if we want to see these things and we know that there's invisibility technology, we want to open up the skies. Quantum radar would be a great thing to be looking at, you know, to be building and looking into, because it would unlock invisible objects in the skies. And there needs to be just more, in general, more eyes in the skies, like the sky. You mentioned Skynet earlier. I think that's a good point, a rally point for, you know, what can we do about it? We talk about these problems. You know, the problem is there's a solution, and you know, as long as the solution involves funding for somebody, then it's going to get talked about and it's going to go places.
I love the idea of not taking Skynet, because that is just the most terrifying thing to think of, Skynet from Terminator. But yeah, I think what he meant is Sky-Hub. But yes, dude, how cool would it be if you gave a Sky-Hub to MIT and somebody, you know, chimed in and said, let's get some of that quantum radar on this thing, you know, like, why not? I mean, you know, those are that's like, dude, that's the inspiration we're looking for, you know, like, can you explain exactly what that means? Cause I never heard that before. What is, did I get the name right? Quantum radar?
Yeah, so they take it's like a normal radar system, but they take a copy, they take a beam splitter and they take a copy of the photons. So you have your photons here, and you have the photons that you're sending out from your radar signal. And so if anyone spoofs you or is using invisibility technology, then the photons that they send back will become entangled with another system, so they'll no longer be entangled with the photons that were split off the original beam, so that you'd be able to tell that it's using cloaking technology and be able to illuminate invisible objects. And the Chinese are working on this. They have a couple prototypes set up already, because it's just military technology. It's counter to all the invisibility and stealth technology that the U.S. has been developing for the last several decades. So it's just in response to that. And yeah, Skynet. That was hilarious.
I didn't want to jump in and correct him there, but I was like,
I was trying not to laugh out loud while Jeremy was talking.
So Luis,
yes,
but yeah, the quantum radar is one thing that we should be looking into. We should be looking into a lot of, you know, technology and science is our friend, and you know, despite we may have some enemies in the scientific community, but we're better off not fighting them, and better off trying to just get better evidence and ask better questions. And that's kind of what I've tried to do. I put together my own UAP report. As you can see, I've been showing the slides from it behind me, and I plugged that. I have a bunch of documentation that I have to go along with this as well, that it's posted in that video. There's a video on my channel called the UAP Task Force Briefing, and I'm going to put together another one about halfway through, and then I'll put one together once the official report comes out from the Senate Select Intelligence Committee, updating some of the stuff that I've gone over in here, and trying, you know, hopefully they come out with some new information. But I basically, you know, outlined what the history was. Roswell, you know, talk about Roswell. There was all these, you know, people that reported this strange materials and these metals that were unbreakable, and people talked about this. I mean, people told their families this on their deathbed. It's really,
Yeah.
I didn't make this up. This is on the internet already. And obviously the material would have gone to, this blue room at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. That's where researchers have tracked it down to. And I included that in my report because, the senator, imagine if we got a congressional FOIA and senators to start going after this stuff. That could possibly pull this out of whatever classification and obscurity and program that this is still hidden under 70 years later, if it exists.
Yeah.
And so I outlined stuff like that in the report, like the Pinnacle Memorandum, which was uncovered by it was in Hynek's notes. I think Jack Valet discovered it, and it linked this guy Howard C. Cross as being like this head of this secret program, and it was run by a company called Battelle Memorial Institute. And it's important that we call our senators and tell them where to look, what to look for, what we're interested in, give specifics. So if people are looking for a talking point or something to go and a door to bark down, Battelle is a great one. They manage all of our national laboratories, so all our science institutions are pretty much run by Battelle, the same parent company, which is in no way connected to the Men in Black.
Yeah, well, I love the when you call Congress, they point to them the facts. So that's I think that's a wise piece of information. But I heard my name before Jeremy started talking. Does somebody have a question? Yeah, Carl, what do you got?
I was just going to say that you got to know that, people in high up in government are probably watching this. Some
definitely.
And what they've seen really for the last 7 hours is unity. They have seen unity.
Hours, actually, Carl.
Well, they probably yeah, and we'll get you a whole case of Cepacol there. But anyways, what they've seen is I'm sure a lot of them probably thought, well, they're going to be on there ripping each other apart, but it was nothing like that. I've been on and off all day, and I've seen nothing but just positivity. And I think we'll get so far being like that rather than, torches and pitchforks. We're just, this is the way. This is the way.
Let's remember that, guys, when we go back on Twitter tomorrow.
Yeah.
Remember this.
No, yeah.
Take this to Twitter, please.
Hey, it's aliens, and if it isn't.
John, say that one more time. Say that one. I think that's important.
Let's remember this unity that we've seen over these last 8 hours, and that we can have a discussion, and then this can be healthy when we go back on Twitter. I always do that. You'll never see me really fighting with anybody on Twitter.
No, you're a pretty good boy.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But everyone.
I'm saying I could get crazy. Trust me, I could get crazy.
Everyone's got an idea on what they want it to be. I want it to be aliens. That's my bias.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's going to be, but it doesn't really matter. Like when Jeremy Corbell dropped his pyramid video. Right away, there was an answer and we all know it, a whole bunch of drone hits, and that's fine. That's no problem at all. But I'll come back with a rebuttal to that, but I won't insult him.
Right.
Because
I was just laying some wisdom.
I think don't reach out and just grab
what about Project Unity? What do you want it to be?
Sorry, Carl, you get your audio cut out. So I think we thank you. I think that's a beautiful point.
Yeah.
Jay, what do you think?
Well, in terms of what I want, I don't know what I particularly want it to be, but I do have a feeling that it's probably it's probably a spectrum of phenomena. In all honesty, I do think that we're dealing with a wide spectrum, and I do think that there's most likely a physical extraterrestrial component, but perhaps something a little stranger. I mean, you're talking about things like Skinwalker Ranch and the immaterial, like incorporeal side of this that seems to be non-physical yet intelligent and interactable. It seems very strange to me. So I just think that there's probably a wide spectrum of phenomena going on here, which may play into the reasons why it's been shoved to the side for a long time, because it's a very awkward discussion. And I just think that at the end of the day, like you guys were saying, it's about unity. I mean, it's in my name, isn't it? Project Unity.
Yeah.
But
True, yeah.
I do believe in like a symbiosis between kind of like the scientific side of this and the spiritual side of this, because I've come from a certain avenue of learning through this that I've tried my best to marry the components of nuts and bolts and like the consciousness aspect of this, because I do think that these are two very important discussions. But no, I just think that we all want to have answers, and like we were saying about, you know, people getting aggressive on Twitter, and maybe we can try and avoid that, because even if we all have different ideas about this, whether it's nuts and bolts, whether it's extraterrestrials or extra dimensionals or whatever we want to call it, we want answers. Every single one of us wants answers, and I think that we deserve to know.
Absolutely. That question really woke the chat up. My God.
It really did. It really did.
I bet it did. Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing to want answers. The question is what are we going to call our senators, and what kind of answers can we expect to reasonably get out of our senators? You know, they're not our spiritual guides. They're not our scientists. You know,
they're our servants.
Yeah, so we are the government. We're engaging in politics right now and being part of our government by having this conversation and getting together and heads together on this. And that's my whole piece is just when I go and approach my senator, and I call up, I'm going to ask them about these UFO artifacts. I'm going to ask them about the one that's depicted in CIA documents concerning the 1952 Denmark case. Where a UFO dropped a piece of metal. There's a recovery of it and a chain of custody going back to the U.S. military. I want to know where those metals went and what programs they were involved in, and I want to know why it's been classified since 1952.
It's a fair question, and this is where I find value in you, Jeremy. So hold on to that thought for a second, because we have to start closing this panel. So I'm going to start with Carl. Carl, if you can close this panel with some words of wisdom and how you'd like to end this event for yourself, sir.
Like I said all along, it's basically just unity, and I encourage everyone to.
Oh, they keep doing that to him.
Send something respectable, and I send a lot. It's hard to get a response, but keep trying, and it shows interest. It shows that you're serious and you're not some kind of a crackpot that's just venting, right? Just keep up the push. That's all.
For sure. Well, Carl, I'd love to have you come back on the show. Let's have a one-on-one, maybe two-on-one discussion. We have panels here all the time. I really liked meeting you. I like putting a face with a name. And next time, let's meet Mom.
Sure.
All right, sir. We'll talk to you soon. All right, so Jay, I'm going to you next. Same thing. How would you like to, end this panel and words of wisdom for people listening?
Well, it's 1:36 in the morning here, so I don't know what the words of wisdom are going to be that I'll bring out of my head right now. But I'm sorry for being so late, but I'm very happy to be in here. And I would just say again, really, I'll just echo what we've just been saying, that we should all try and be a bit nicer to each other online, and remember that we are, even if we have different aspects of this that we're interested in, different answers that we're seeking, ultimately we're all just trying to get more clarity, more transparency on this, and we need to assist each other in that effort. And so I think things like this are amazing, and I want to be a part of more of them, contribute to more of them. And well done to you as well, Louise, for pulling this off, man, because this is, I know you were saying it's a group effort, and it is, but you've pulled this off, really. You've pulled the strings and kind of got the networking on this down. So, yeah, hats off to you, man. Hats off to you.
I appreciate it. I look forward to speaking to you in the future, and we'll see you soon. Thank you,
Sweet.
Jay.
I'm going to go to sleep now.
Yeah,
good to meet you.
So Gaucho, I know you popped in early. Do you want to stick around for the next hour? Because you're scheduled for the last hour.
I will stick around. I literally jumped in thinking I'm going to wait, till I have to get on, and then I appeared. But I'm happy to be here, of course.
Perfect. Okay, so Jeremy, I wanted to give you the final word to close the panel. I remember when we had our show the other day, you and I, when we closed the show, we took off our microphones and we said to each other, "Man, that felt really good." That felt really good to end on that positive note that we did on that day. lay it on me again, dude. Give me something that's going to make you feel good and make the people feel good when you hang up with us right now.
All right, man. I just want to give my research, which is like, I've been doing this for 16 years with a scientific background, and I'm trying to my goal is to get more scientific credibility for this field and to get more scientists to start taking us seriously. And so I've accumulated, probably a curriculum. I could teach a whole, freshman class with all the stuff that I've dug into on invisibility cloaks, bending light, visibility theory idea, the research that goes back to the Philadelphia experiment and rumors about anti-radar experiments at the Naval Shipyard there. I mean, this is, if you want to get it, you want me to just give my presentation, like parts of my presentation, just to run through the technical part of it, because this is the important stuff.
Yeah. Dude, unfortunately, just we can't. We don't have the time.
Yeah,
we're running up against the clock.
People can go check that out, and there's plenty more to dig into here. I feel like disclosure, even without the government's help and without the Senate Select Intelligence Committee in this report, there's tons and tons of just educational information out there. There's enough, this real physics and real science that people aren't looking into. We have a whole alternative propulsion engineering conference where we're basically inviting all these scientists who worked on these programs, who are now, retired, and these programs are now unclassified or declassified, and we invite them on and try to bring,
Is your presentation on your YouTube channel, Jeremy?
Yeah, it's on the Alien Scientist YouTube channel, and you can find that UAP briefing and I have a document full of folders with all these papers and even more deep papers and research on this. And then I have a whole nother archive of data. I mean, we have a huge data, but we have one of the largest databases on anti-gravity physics papers, anti-gravity technology, any kind of experimental videos or setups. We have just everything saved in one massive archive, because we have like a whole community of people that are that we've collected. They're now becoming super interested in this, and that was part thanks to TTSA. Even though I've been a huge critic of them over the years, Peter Diamandis of the X Prize said that the best way to get people to succeed in things is with competition. And I think if I didn't view this as a competition, I wouldn't have tried so hard. Because when I saw that they were coming out with a plan to commercialize, this technologies for spacecraft, and they wanted to, TTSA was going to build a spaceship, I was like, oh man, I'm like, this is what I've been researching and working for so long. It motivated me to, start this company called Hover Brothers with another physicist that I started, and that fell apart. And then we started this Falcon Space thing, and then I'm linking up with all these other labs, and then we started this APEC conference to bring all these people together to present and get the technical information out there and start. And this is a starting point now that we've built on altpropulsion.com and americanantigravity.com. We built this community around this with this idea in mind, that we have a starting point now that we can go to physicists from universities and say, hey, there's some meat and potatoes here that you're not looking into. You're not really taking into consideration. And when you look at Fermilabs just did a video 3 days ago, which I did a video response to, where they had a video on anti-gravity, and they totally trashed the UFO community. And and it gives you an idea of what the top physicists and scientists in the world think of us and how they view us and the information that we're providing them. So it gave me an opportunity to say, like, well, let's up our game, because I've obviously researched this topic more than this guy has. He put together a 9-minute video. I've been researching this for 16 years, and I have hours and hours of
well, I know that for sure, and that's why we're going to have you back, and we're going to give you a better chance to really dive into that research and data. But I wanted to thank you, man.
People can go and find that, but I'm really here to just say that we need to put our best foot forward. We need to establish credibility within the scientific community and get the next generation of scientists thinking about spacecraft and anti-gravity. because the anti-gravity spaceships of the future and the Jetsons are going to be built by the people that believe in it, not by the people that debunk it and try to pretend it doesn't exist.
Dude, beautiful point, man. That's a wonderful way to end this. And I'm happy you came by. I'm happy you got to share this moment with us. And I'll see you soon, my dude.
Definitely.
All right, Joe. All right. So here we go. Let's not waste any time in the next three guests, because I know one of them is not afraid of a microphone. So we'll introduce him last, and I can't wait to see if we could get a cackle out of him. But Michael, I know you're interested in this guest right here. Please do me a favor, introduce him. You're muted. You're muted.
Deep.
Hey guys,
great to see you. I'm fascinated in technology and the evolution potentially moving us towards a singularity. And I know, Deep, you have a lot of research in the area of AI. So that's something that I'm fascinated about to talk to you about. Maybe not today because we have a specific genre to talk about. But I do appreciate you joining us, and I'm excited for this panel.
Sweet. All right. So
it's an honor to be on, guys. Thank you.
Deep. Yeah, sorry, I cut you off. Thank you for being here. I wanted to say that as well. I introduced the next guest. So the next guest is James Lindoli. He runs the Twitter account Engaging the Phenomenon. I know he's got a podcast coming soon. I'm going to be a guest on that podcast. I cannot wait to have this guy on my show. I cannot wait to have a really long form conversation with him, because from what I'm told, this guy is one of the unifiers, the one that everybody goes to, no matter what the position. James is always right there in the center of it, from what I've understand in the short time that I've been in this community. So, James, welcome. How are you, sir?
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for inviting me on here, man. It's great. I'm pretty amazed that. Yeah, I can't believe. I've been tuning in and out throughout the day, and it's like incredible, man. Unbelievable. I've never seen anything like this. So, congratulations, everybody.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. All right. So our next guest, and this will be our final guest of the day. We made it, Michael. We're here, man. So this next guest, Mr. Stephen Bassett, had a very, very, very influential hand in everything that happened today. We were going back and forth with the schedule. I'm glad that I see your face right now, because I was afraid you weren't going to make it. I'm happy you're here, Stephen. Thank you for contributing to the contribution, and welcome.
Happy to be here, Lewis. I've been dropping in and out all day, and impressed with what's going down.
Well, let me start there, because I know it's hard to impress Stephen Bassett, and I know you've been really on the forefront of this effort. You really have done. You've been in this political UAP game for a very, very long time, as an activist, and also as a what's the word I'm looking for? God, what can you give me the specific word, Steve? I'm sorry, I just had a brain fart.
I'm a disclosure activist or disclosure advocate or an exopolitical activist, not a researcher. Mm-hmm. My job is to do the things that this program is about. This is an activist project. It's a good one. There are some people on this show that weren't born when I started. And that's a good thing. In other words, one of the things I noticed is that a very young group that has been on the show during today, which is great, because they're the ones that are going to have to live in the post-disclosure world a lot longer than I have. And they have been pretty much out of the game, going back, as you go back in time, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, even to the 90s. Hey, to be 20, 25, 28, 30, maybe have a family or wanting to have one, trying to get a career, trying to make money. It's a lot. And to suddenly go, well, I think I'm going to spend a lot of time dealing with the extraterrestrial issue, which the government repeatedly says doesn't exist at all. No, and they didn't. And I went to conference after conference after conference, and maybe 1% of the audience are under the age of 25 or 23. That's changing fast, because the issue is here, it's arrived, it's a happening thing, it's about to break wide open. And a lot of smart young people are going, okay, if that being the case, that's going to be kind of a big deal for me, for moi. And so I think I need to jump in. So welcome to the pool, guys, because
hey, man,
the water is warm.
thank you for being one of the ones who blazed the trail that we get to conveniently walk now without having to move any, without having to wield a machete. You've done a lot of the heavy lifting, and I want to let everybody know that congressional call list was the homework that Stephen Bassett gave me to make sure that this event is legitimized and that the proper people are contacted when it comes to this phenomena. So I wanted to publicly thank you and for your wisdom and your guidance. He's like, I remember the first conversation I had with Stephen Bassett. He's like, I heard about your little project. And I was like, yeah. He's like, what day are you calling? And I said, we were thinking about doing it on Monday. He's like, you can't do that. And I'm like, wait, what? What do you mean I can't do that? It goes against everything that you, of all people, have done. And he's like, learn the lesson that I learned. I pissed a lot of people off when I did what I did. I rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, and maybe that didn't get the ball rolling as well as you had wanted. And so he laid down the advice. He's like, don't do it on a Monday. Do it on a Saturday. I know it doesn't sound as effective, but I promise you it is, because you're not going to be clogging up phone lines. And this was from him.
Oh, you're talking about not when to hold this event.
Correct.
When how to approach. Yeah, you wanted to do the and I told you, I said, look, there's a couple. That's a complicated thing. First of all,
yeah.
I once rained 2.5 million tweets down on the members of Congress and all the media in town, and they were blocking my people. I had about 1,000 people doing all this. And so obviously that makes me a complete hypocrite, except that under the circumstances, which was to get their attention to the fact that the citizen hearing disclosure DVD sets were coming, and that I was coming, and we were going to make a big deal out of the election of Hillary Clinton because she was going to disclose all that. I just really wanted their attention.
Yeah.
But that was then. Now things are going our way. They're kind of turning in our direction. And that was tweets. Okay.
Right.
These are simply tweets coming into the office, one after another. And you know what that's like. No big deal. Phone lines is a whole nother matter. And so I said, no, you don't want to piss them off. We're winning. Right.
Right. That's why. Stop right there. Yeah. That right there was a really eye-opening statement that you had made to me. There's no anger here. We're already winning. Yeah. We're already winning. So why are we going to annoy a bunch of people when we're already winning on the topic? So let's take a different tact, a different approach. So I'm sorry to cut you off, but I really wanted to highlight that because I thought it was just a beautiful. Again, I was talking about Sean Cahill, and I was a wild horse when I first thought of this idea. And Sean put on, the reins and some blinders. He's like, "Whoa, boy!" And then I got in contact with you, and it was even more of a laser sharp focus. So, thank you.
Well, I don't want to dominate here, but I have watched it all day, and a lot of things coming to my mind. Look, the idea of getting some people to get in touch with their members of Congress and so forth, you've kind of done that, and there's some of that. But I think the most important thing that I saw today was just a stream of people coming on in groups of 2 or 3, and they weren't talking about getting in front of Congress. They were talking about the issue from every angle, right? It was like a running dialogue amongst smart people. Hey, do this once a week, we can't have too many. Let's take advantage of these incredible technologies. I have to get up on StreamYard because I'm beginning to think it's maybe the best of them. But
it is.
It's young, smart people going, okay, how about this? How about that? How about this? Man, this is what I thought was powerful. And there's going to be a lot more of that because, and there's a lot of issues out there and a lot of reasons to hold a StreamYard. But is there a bigger issue in the world today than this one?
I mean, people will make arguments. I would rebut that with, is there a more unifying issue than this? Is there a better unifying issue than this topic? And I think that's the most important thing, is that this unifies people because, again, this is a bipartisan issue. It's an issue that every single person is interested in. I don't care how you lean politically. So for me, this is a unifying issue. I think this could get the ball rolling on a multitude of other, very real world issues that this problem is facing. Michael, what do you got?
I quickly, and I want to get to everybody on the panel, but quickly, Stephen, I have a question for you. When it comes to exopolitics, when it comes to understanding what politics will be like, if and when there were a disclosure moment, or if and when there was proof of this phenomenon being something beyond conspiratorial, what sort of infrastructure, what sort of systems, what kind of things do people need to be doing, or what needs to be in place in order for us to ensure that the people's voices are heard in this topic, and it's not a purely top down just do what you're told and shut up? Like what's that for you?
Well, first of all, I mean no disrespect, but the extraterrestrial presence has been proven. It is proven beyond any reasonable doubt, not once but 2 or 3 times over. So I just want to make that real clear. And you may say, well, wait a minute, if that's true, why isn't it like just all part of everything we do? Because the government spent 75 years making sure that it would be difficult to say those words and difficult to act on those words. And that's the truth embargo. And that's something that hasn't been talked about too much tonight, but that's great. That means it's more for me. And then to answer the rest of your question, look, by the way, I can't stay here too long because they're going to run me off the White House lawn here. I snuck on, and I got a little camera, it's pretty cool. But at some point, one of the guys on the roof is going to go, yeah, what the hell is going on down there? So, look, you all are trying to get people to encourage members of Congress to go through with hearings. Excellent. You're using all the techniques that have been used for a while. Excellent. But let me be clear. Where this is all going is back there. Okay, that's where this has to end up. That is where disclosure will come from. Now, I say that because that's what I define it as. So it's a tautology. But disclosure, as defined in the advocacy movement, is the President of the United States getting in front of a camera and telling us there's extraterrestrials here, however they want to say it. That's disclosure, capital D. Nothing else is that. Small d disclosure, all kinds of possibilities there. But disclosure that we're seeking for, the confirmation, the bridge to the next world, that has to come from there. Okay, but the way to there is on my other wall, which is an 8x12 mural of the Capitol building. Yes. Taken when there wasn't an insurrection going on, so it's very attractive. and so that's what we need to get to. And going through the hearings is not just a matter of, okay, we need some information, right? Because that's not, the hearings are let me tell you, the hearings are about much more than information, I can assure you. It's just that there are 7 committees that are the key committees that will be involved initially. There's 51 committees, standing committees, I think 51. There's 171 subcommittees.
Did I miss a committee, Stephen?
Well, if you
I missed, damn it.
No, it's okay. But this is important because the subcommittees are not going to be in play initially. The issue is too big, too important. They're not going to give it to some subcommittee. It'll be one of the main committees. There are 7. The House and Senate Intelligence Committee, the House and Senate Armed Services Committee, the House and Senate Homeland Security Committee, and the House Science, Technology, and Space Committee. Those are the 7 committees, and the 2 most important and the most prominent will be the House and Senate Intelligence Committees. Now, there are 540 voting or delegate members of the House and Senate. A significant portion of them are on one or more of those 7 committees. So the people that want to jump into this need to focus on those committee members. No disrespect to everybody else. But that is who you need to reinforce and say, I like what you're doing. I like what you're thinking. Make it as safe as you can and comfortable for them to make this maneuver. Now, I believe a lot's already been set up and in place. I think they're relatively ready to do it, waiting for the opportunity. But believe me, all the encouragement they can get, we will take. All right. And so those committees are going to hold the hearings for military witnesses that are going to be watched by hundreds of millions of people around the world. I assure you, when it's announced that those hearings are taking place, a lot of people are going to make that appointment television. Okay. Yeah, I can assure you.
Definitely.
Right? And so what you have there is a huge portion of the world's population, very large number of our members of Congress, the press, right? Okay. and military witnesses, all participating in essentially the final process. You see? So democratic. Everyone's involved. You talk about bringing people together. The military, the public, and the politicians on both sides are going to come together over those hearings, and there really isn't a hyper-partisan aspect of it initially. Now, once disclosure takes place, and we go into the post-disclosure world, and every other issue potentially connected to the ET issue will be in play. That's when they're going to start forming it out to the other committees. Subcommittee here, subcommittee there. I mean, because it's going to blow up. A billion things, right? But the lead up to disclosure, that is why this is so important. Any help that anybody can do to ensure that the members of Congress are not dissuaded or change their mind. They're going to go and have these hearings. They're going to bring these military witnesses in. Lue Elizondo is going to be leading the pack, I think. Mellon is going to be making the negotiations. If either of those gentlemen feel that I'm wrong about that, they can call me and I'll correct my statements as appropriate. But looks to me like this way it's going down. And so we're very close. And I would encourage you to have more of these.
Oh, we will.
Coming together. They don't have to be. It doesn't have to be a political activist thing. Mm-hmm. Let's have these kind of group discussions where everybody's invited to come in and talk about what it would mean if we got the announcement, how they feel about the lead up to it, and of course the endless discussion on what are you going to do in the post-disclosure world? What are your plans?
Right.
Anyway, I'm done.
No, it's okay, Stephen. Look, man, you are a ball of wisdom, and I think everybody in here is just like anybody when they listen to you. They're just like, God, don't stop. I agree with you. I agree with you on a lot of the things you said. So Deep, I wanted to get your thoughts because you're a very interesting mind. I think probably the highest IQ in the room, safe to say right now. So I always love. Look at Stevens. He's like, "Who the hell is this?"
I agree. I'm not disagreeing. All right, I've read his stuff.
He's a brilliant man. So I wanted to get your take, man. This is the first time we've ever talked. And by the way, we're going to have you back because, again, I keep saying this. I'd love to have a long form discussion with you, but this event was just it was so much to plan, and I didn't get a lot of time to squeeze these people in before the event. But definitely after, my friend, you got to come back. But just please share your thoughts.
So first of all, the perspective that I wanted to share was from consider how much media attention the muon experiments at CERN got. That happened at 3 to 4.2 sigmas, right? And at 4.2 sigma, you have results that tend to fade away. But the very idea that there is greater than 99% chance that there has been new physics discovered capture the imagination and the attention of every scientist and engineer and their grandma. That was just from a 4.2 sigma result. When you look at the UAPs and the incidents that we're dealing with here, I firmly believe that given the right amount of data, we'll be able to build a similar statistical argument as to why there is new physics that goes well beyond 4 sigma confidence, right? Past 6 sigma, 99.999% confidence. And so when we take that approach and argument, I believe that there is a way to get all of these physicists, the top minds in the world, to properly look at this. They'll get more excited than they will get from the CERN experiments. So that's just the way that I wanted to, frame this.
That's a hell of an introduction, man. I love it. I mean, this is why I gotta have you back, because man, Mike, I can't wait. You know what? If you can't make this work on your end, let's invite Deep, and we could do this on my channel, and let's really.
I'd love to talk to both of you guys.
Down. Let's get deep with Deep.
By the way, Steve, I just want to say one thing. Steve, your work has been inspiring from the get-go. The younger generations will know your name. So I think that I know that's not about your ego, but thank you for all the work that you've done, and really for all of you too.
Man, I get all the social media, so I've been watching these young smart people turning up on Twitter and Facebook, posting much more than I am, and getting more followers than I am. That's not good. I gotta build up my Twitter followers, and that just to me is just another clear sign. We're in the last days. This has gone on long enough.
Beautiful.
And young people, ultimately, they're going to run the show. They're going to spend the money. They're going to vote the people in. They're going to be in Congress pretty soon. And when they decide, hey, enough of this, I want to know about these ETs. I want to know where they came from, on everything about them.
Right on.
It's going to happen. And I think the adults have figured that out as well. And so, hey, the upside of Facebook and Twitter. I love it.
Yeah, it's a win for everyone.
James, the soft-spoken James Lindoli. Sir, I'd love it. What are your thoughts, man? What are you thinking so far of the conversation being had?
Oh man, I think just like anybody here imagined that when this occurs, it's going to be probably the biggest transformation on this planet that we've ever seen. In every respect, Deep's talking about science, Steve's talking about the political issues, but also religious, spiritual, everything's going to be transformed, and I'm happy to be a part of it.
Well, man, I'm happy you're here. So, Michael, we've got 2 minutes left in this live stream. I feel like the last stream we were actually able to go longer than 4 hours, but I'd hate to continue this conversation.
Yeah, we don't want to cut it off. So, I think everyone should do a round table.
Yes.
Yes.
Wow, this is awkward. God, we went 8 hours without getting awkward, Michael. God, we were so 2 minutes away from
you guys are fine.
What happens if you go over 4 hours? You're going to electric shock or something?
No. I think the software only lets you stream for 4 hours, so the stream cuts. Okay. So quickly, Stephen Bassett, if you can, as quickly as possible, try and tell people where no offense, please don't give me that look. Try to, if you can, as quickly as possible, tell people where to find your work and to learn about Stephen Bassett and what he's doing.
Quickly. Big long thing, paradigmresearchgroup.org. Learn how to spell paradigm if you want to survive in the 21st century.
I always say paradigm.
PRG, paradigm. And then please, paradigmresearchgroup.org, Paradigm Research Group. Follow me on Twitter and Facebook. I need bigger numbers.
Hey, we'll do it. We'll help you get there. We'll help you get there. James, final thoughts there.
Final thoughts?
Yeah, I'm sorry to throw final thoughts on you, but we're up against the time.
Or where people can find you.
People can find your stuff, and any final thoughts you have.
Engaging the phenomenon on all social media platforms. But the final thoughts, I'm really looking forward to being a part of all this. I hope that Luis and Matt, that you are able to put more events like this together, because again, like everybody said, this is such a uniting event. And it's incredible to see all these people come together and working towards the same means, and again, there's been all positivity from everything I've seen. So it's incredible. So keep up the good work, everybody here, and everybody that took part of this event.
James, I'm going to see you in a couple of days or in the next week or so. I hope,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
So let's make this happen.
So.
I'm sorry we didn't get more time with all of you guys. It's just, it is what it is, man. These conversations always are good and they always go long. And unfortunately, you guys at the end kind of caught the short end of the stick. But real quick, John, final thoughts on the day and what's happening.
This was amazing. Honestly, I can't believe Stephen Bassett is here. I'm honored to be on this panel.
I'm here. It wasn't hard. I just had to click a link.
Man, I know, but I never would have thought I'd be in any sort of sphere or around such a legend. So thank you for everything you do. Thank you for everything everyone does. Everyone that participated in this. Luis, you're amazing. Michael, you're amazing. Deep, you're brilliant. I'm happy that I really didn't have to say too much after you guys, you and James, because I feel like a butcher in a room full of scientists and brilliant people. But keep it up, guys. This is exactly what we need to work on. This whole event was a sign for everyone that we can work together. We can have these discussions. We can do this in a healthy way. Disclosure is a process. It's happening. We're seeing it. People have been fighting for this for years, and we can't let anyone down. We got to think about the future. So keep it up, guys.
Thank you, John. That was wonderful. Okay, so Deep, we're really, first of all, you lit up the chat. Everybody was like, you only got to speak once, and everybody's like, Deep, going deep. Everybody loved it. So please end the panel and give us some words of wisdom.
Sure. I don't know if you'll consider it words of wisdom, but we are dealing with arguably the greatest mystery of our lives from scientific, philosophical, social perspective. There is something here for everybody. And I truly believe that what we saw here today is a glimpse of the kind of unity across all demographics that we can expect in the future. So thank you, Michael, Lewis, for putting this together, and everybody else. Thank you, Steve, James, and John for coming here, and everyone else who joined the panel in the 8 hours. I think that the community shined today. So let's just keep it up, everyone. Much love.
Man, I love it. I love it. Thank you guys so very much. We'll see you guys very soon. Okay. Expect to hear from me. Steven, you're a gentleman and a scholar. Thank you.
I gotta head into the White House here to see if they got any bagels. You got any bagels?
All right, man. Hey, again, honestly, thank you for everything you did to help with this day. It's not possible without you. So thank you. Seriously.
My job, kiddo. My job.
Great to meet you.
I love it, Steven. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We did it.
I can't believe it,
Michael. We did it. I mean, we're 3 minutes. We're 3 minutes or 8 hours and 3 minutes and 48 seconds. We're pushing 8 hours and 4 minutes. Can I tell you something?
Sure.
I'm not tired.
You're not tired.
I could have easily done a 12-hour live stream.
Jesus
easily,
Christ, my man.
Easily.
How old are you, by the way? Chris Plain and I were on the side having a conversation. We were trying to figure out how old you were compared to me.
Yeah, 40.
You're 40?
Yeah.
No shit. I thought you were younger. I was thinking like 33, 34.
No, man.
I'm 42.
1980. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was going to say maybe because you're younger that you're.
No,
but no.
I know what it is, man. It's the juice that this community gives me. Last night, I did an 18-hour day in front of this computer trying to make sure all the dots and T's were crossed and dotted and all of that jazz. And then what's weird is I got to bed at probably like 1 a.m. and at like 4:15, my back just seized up. And so I had probably 4.5 hours sleep before we did this. And I remember I FaceTimed you because I wanted you to see me in bed to see where you were at, but you didn't pick up. Yeah.
I saw we were talking. It was like 3 a.m. for me, and we're chatting. We're texting. I didn't see the FaceTime.
I passed out. No. I'm saying when I woke up, and I was kind of just hanging around bed, and the sun had come up by this point. I just wanted to see where Mataluni was at because I wanted him to see where I was at, which was in not a good state.
Oh, dude, I slept in. I slept in after that.
Yeah, I figured. Michael Mataluni, we did it, man. I cannot thank you enough for coming on this journey with me, dude. This day could not have been more successful.
I'm excited to start planning for next year. That's all I'm saying.
I am too. I really, really am.
Dude, it was amazing. It was amazing. It's great. It's great for the community. Yeah, it's great for the community. It's great for everything we're doing. I'm gonna go get some dinner. I'm starving.
You do it, man.
You are the man, Luis. Thank you so much for your brainchild, putting this together, creating it. All of you new amazing subscribers, you're going to love all of Luis's content. It is amazing. He's one of the hardest working live streamers you'll ever see in this community. If you haven't liked and subscribed, make sure you do so now. Also follow him on Twitter at the Unidentified Celebrity Review. You can also follow me on Twitter at Calamity Mike. I'm fucking spent, bro.
Do it, man. Do it. I'll see you in the next couple days. All right. I'm surprised our voices have held up so well.
I'm impressed with us.
I am impressed with us. Give myself a pat on the back. Yeah. What do you got?
Your girlfriend Michelle.
Yeah.
Who's amazing, by the way, who's been in the chat.
Babe, can you please come in here?
Please.
She won't come in.
She won't come in. All right. Well, I just wanted to say, you guys sent me some amazing guava pastries.
Yeah.
And I've been eating them for the last 2 days. They're phenomenal. So Michelle, thank you so much for that. I know that would have never happened if it weren't for you.
Yes, there she is. Look, we would not be as successful as this day was without the women in our lives. So just a quick shout out to your wife, and tell her thank you for giving you the Saturday to do this crazy thing. I just tell her thank you. If she's not there, she's not in earshot. I've never met her. I can't wait that we should have a conversation.
Yeah, next time I can't wait to get out there to LA, and we'll do a whole weekend and have some fun.
Dude, it'll be great. All right, Mikey, I'm going to let you go, man. I appreciate you being here.
Love you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you, all of you out there listening. Make sure you follow the debrief as well on YouTube and Twitter.
You're doing amazing work.
Yeah. And then you can also, because I do a lot of work there. I do a lot of. We just posted an amazing interview with Paul Davies yesterday. So go to YouTube.
Check out that interview if you're hungry for more after this, which I don't know how it's possible. Go check out Michael's interview with Paul Davies because it's insane.
Absolutely. And hit me up on Twitter at Calamity Mike. Bless you, Luis. I'll see you guys on the other side.
All right, my man.
Later.
All right, you guys. Here we are. Just you and me. I want to say thank you to every single person that joined us today. I want to say thank you to all of the hands that helped me in executing this. I cannot thank all of you enough. And remember, the Big Phone Home is not just Saturday, April 24th. It could be any day you want it to be. Use that congressional call list. Get in touch with your representatives. Use the language and the verbiage that we've been talking about all day. Talk about how this is a unifying issue. Talk about how this is, an issue that it's a national security issue. There's aviation issues with this. May put the onus on them to put the pressure on the right departments. And really, if you don't believe in democracy, then this isn't the stream for you. But if you still think, if you're holding on to any little bit of belief in the system and the institutions that we've put in place to execute change when we want it, then this is the stream for you. And I'm glad you found us. I want to say thank you to everyone in the chat. I'm sorry it wasn't more interactive with you guys. As you can see, the guest list was out of control and it was loaded. Yeah. Wow. I thought my expectations, and this is why I say to manage your expectations. My expectations for this day were so low. I put them low on purpose because I didn't want to disappoint myself. And because I set those expectations so low, the feeling I got right now is so high because we blew those expectations out of the water. We had some really intellectual conversations. We had people with a lot of different viewpoints, and in some cases, vitriolic viewpoints towards each other. We were able for 8 hours to put all that bullshit aside, come together on this topic, and demand more transparency, more discussion, less taboo, and less stigma. So with all of that said, you guys, thank you so much for making the Big Phone Home the success that it was. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to ring that bell. Don't forget to like and share the video. We are going to be doing panels like this, not this long, not this big, but these panels are going to start coming fast and quick. So if you enjoyed what you watched today, the most important thing you could do is ring the bell. That way you're reminded when I go live, which, by the way, guys, is a lot. And it's going to be a lot more because I made a lot of new friends today. And yeah, it's people say we made history. We're going to find out here in the next couple weeks. So again, thank you all. I love you all. Thank you for the support. I can't say thank you enough. So until next time, well, before we go, got to say thank you to the sponsor, BlueMarlinChronicles.com, purveyors of the world's finest fishing tackle since 1995. Got to say thank you to the band Das Tapes, who've provided all of the music that you hear on the show. Their SoundCloud link, I know it's not a SoundCloud link, it's called something else, but their link is in the description below. So check out the music because it's pretty dope. Other than that, you guys, yeah. Thank you so much for coming aboard and getting weird with me here on another episode of the Unidentified Celebrity Review, your home for credible news, reviews, commentary, political action on everything UAPs. Until next time, you guys, stay safe out there. Peace.